Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love
Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitchers lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. Good evening, Braves country. Hope y'all can see this. I'm putting the picture that I was just sent via, let's see if I can expand this a little bit. I'm not sure how, oops. This is the picture of what is taking place outside the Met Stadium. I'm going to expand it just a little bit so it's a little bigger on your screen. You don't realistically need it because right here is what we're focusing on. The Met Stadium is right in this area right here. Okay? And so you can see all of this rain coming across. And they were expecting the rain to be gone by just after first pitch today, and we were thinking of a small delay. Now it's anyone's guess. The only thing I can say about that is this is not necessarily heavy rain. And so when we get past this right here, and depending on where it moves, and the model that I saw has it moving quite a bit of this missing the actual Citi Field itself. So if we get lucky in that result, we could end up starting this game in, I don't know, within the hour or so. But they're still trying to scramble to figure it out. They just announced that there's going to be a rain delay about 5 minutes ago, but honest engine, everybody knew it. Everybody knew that unless there is like some kind of weird jet stream that kicks that all the way up to Canada somewhere, there was no way that they were going to get this game started on time. But we've been looking at it all day and been hoping, because I really don't want the Braves bullpen to have to go through a doubleheader is the big thing. And Charlie Morton is due to pitch tonight. If there is a rain out, we'll just have to see what happens as far as when they decide to play that game, et cetera, et cetera. We'll at least bring you one of the games tomorrow, but depending on when the second game starts, if it's tomorrow, it's going to be really tough to do because I won't be in the building during certain times because I already had other obligations that I cannot miss. So we're going to play this by ear. While you're waiting, we're doing our Once Upon a Pastime series. I don't know how many of y'all have actually heard this. We did a World Series Once Upon a Pastime in the off season, so we're going to play you game one of this. And as I figure out how long of a wait, I will continue to chop into the chat, and we will see, hopefully we get out of this. But they're showing a live view right now of the stadium. It is dark. It is Dorothy and Toto around dark skies. So the tarps are on the field, and hopefully they can get this game in. We're going to step aside and play you Once Upon a Pastime. I'll check back in here, bare minimum, at the end of this episode. But we're going to continue to monitor it, and we'll put it in the chat. And hope you all enjoy our Once Upon a Pastime country. We'll step away here as the Braves Mets are in a rain delay, and I'm going to put the banner up, the card up on the screen so everybody knows what's going on that's just joining. Once Upon a Pastime, World Series Game 1. How are y'all doing today? Would say good evening, good morning, but I don't know when you're going to be watching this. Welcome in to our Once Upon a Pastime series. As today, we're calling this Game 1 because we're going to go over the World Series. And I think a lot of folks out there probably don't know the history of the World Series. They might know a little bit about it, but may not know the whole 9 yards, and that's kind of what we're going to do today. We're going to get into the World Series. We're going to get into a lot of things about the World Series. This isn't just going to be some tutorial about who won what game and whatnot. We're going to get into a lot of the stuff, and it's going to be a 7-part series, and we should have a lot of fun with it. But we're going to talk about the different things about the World Series, certain things you may not be aware of. Some things you may know, but we're just going to reinforce them. But I think you're going to learn a lot more than anything else. I think you're going to have a lot of fun. So we look forward to this. Been holding off doing this until this time of the year as the World Series is upon us. So we're going to go ahead and dive into the World Series. And to do that, I do think that we have to take a little bit of almost a backstroke in the fact that we got to go before what happened with the World Series. The World Series took place in 1903, the very first World Series, and it was between the Boston Americans, They later became known as the Boston Red Sox and the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the Pittsburgh Pirates, Boston Americans, or Red Sox as we know them now, they took on a 9-game series. At the time, it was a 9-game series, and Boston won 5 of those 8 games. They won 5-3 in the series, and they took home the first World Series championship. Now, one of the misnomers about this that I think a lot of folks probably are not aware of, and look, unless you're deep into the baseball history like I have been, why would you know this, right? You got a lot of stuff going on in your life, and you just kind of want to find out who's going to win this year, et cetera, et cetera. But baseball by far has been my favorite of all the sports to cover. And one of the reasons why is because of the history of the sport. Now realize professional baseball essentially started in 1857. 1857, you started getting professional baseball teams. And the most famous, of course, were the Cincinnati Red Stockings that became a full-blown professional baseball team by 1869. Now, one of the things that people get confused about, because you'll hear the language of, well, Cincinnati says that they're the oldest team. The Braves say they're the longest continuous team. What the hell is going on here? The Cincinnati Reds are the oldest team in baseball. The Cincinnati Red Stockings, or Redlegs, the Cincinnati Redlegs, began playing ball, and they had some of the best players in all of the game at the time for obvious reasons. I mean, they were the first professional team. They were taking on all comers, and they were really a barnstorming team because there wasn't a real league when the Reds first started playing ball. There wasn't an actual league for them to dive into, because when you're the first, you do a lot of barnstorming tours, and what they were doing was they were going from town to town. They were hosting a lot of games, but they were going from town to town, taking on all comers. And the Cincinnati Reds started playing in 1869. And they then had a long winning streak of 131 games. And it came to an end. And because that winning streak came to an end, the fanfare fell off. The fans that were out there, and I guess you could call this, if you want to look for something, Cincinnati Red fans in the late 1800s were your very first bandwagon fans. They were going out watching games, watching them beat teams, usually by big amounts. And there was finally a game played in New York where they went into the very first extra inning game. And what could have been called a tie, they decided that they were going to go ahead and try something new, extra innings. And that extra innings team, that team that went to extra innings, ended up losing the ball game to the New York squad that they were playing that day. And the news got back, and the next thing you know, everybody's off the bandwagon. And they quickly disbanded the team shortly after that because fans weren't coming out to the game. It wasn't until you got real structure in Major League Baseball that we know it today. The real structure began in the early 1870s. and we had a league called the National Association of Professional Baseball Players, the NAPBP. It was shortened for most people, just referred it to the NA, the National Association. And what they did was they came about and they won over the hearts of a lot of fans out there because you were having professional games. They were playing very regularly at the time. And on top of that, there were rivalries starting to be born. Fans were coming back out. And so Cincinnati started their team back up at that time period. So that's why there is a break in the action of when the Reds shut it down and then they come back. But along this timeline, the Atlanta Braves start playing their entire history begins during this time period. And the Atlanta Braves at the time were in Boston. And they begin playing ball in 1871. And in 1871, the Atlanta Braves come in and they are, at the time, they don't change to the name of the Boston Braves until much later. But at the time, this team was known as the Boston Red Stockings, and it confuses the hell out of everybody, rightfully so, because you've got the Boston Red Sox, who were being called off a number of different names. We won't get into that today. They finally land on the Red Sox because the Red Stockings had, at that point, changed their name several times, and it was a popular name in the area. You didn't have all the stuff you have today on the fact that, well, you can't name that team that, and you can't do this, et cetera, et cetera. So, with all that being said, the Atlanta Braves franchise begins in 1871. They're known as the Boston Red Stockings at that point. They're known as the Boston Red Caps from 1876 to 1882. The Bean Eaters from 1883 to 1906. Then they go to the Boston Doves from 07 to 1910. The Rustlers in 1911. They go to the Boston Braves from 1912 to 1935. You would think, okay, 1912, let's go. We got it. We're the Braves, and that's been nope, that's not it. From 1936 to 1940, 5 seasons, they become known as the Boston Bees. And then they go back to the Boston Braves in 1941 and have been the Braves franchise ever since. So when we are looking at the beginning of professional baseball and the first team to really take the torch, it was the Braves franchise because this was an organized league. Now, they obviously did not have a World Championship Series like the World Series. That did not come about until 1903. But there were informal postseason series. They never crowned a champion through these series. They were really more looked upon as exhibitions. So what you have to go off of, if you're looking for the champion of those leagues in the early going, and the earliest you can really get your head around would be the 1871 season, because before that you had a lot of minor, well, they were professional teams, but they were scattered all throughout. It wasn't very organized, and they didn't have a lot of, quote unquote, league championships. In 1871, that becomes the first concrete. This is a real live, organized professional baseball league in 1871, and they are known as the NA, the National Association. Of course, if you were going through the whole thing, National Association of Professional Baseball Players. I don't think they were worried about social media back then, so they didn't worry about how long the damn name was. But you get it. You get the drift. It was founded in March of 1871. It folded 1875, and the reason why was because this becomes the groundwork of what is known now as the National League. And, of course, the National League is the grandfather of Major League Baseball, because the American League doesn't really come into play until about 25 years later. At the time in 1871, you had 9 teams. It went up to 11. It dropped back down to 9, to 8, to 13. It was a literally, think of some of your other professional sports franchises today that have tried to succeed and they have failed and they come back and the others try to take them. A lot of football leagues come to mind. This is essentially what was going on in Major League Baseball. But teams that are still around today that were in that original group of the National Association of Professional Baseball Players, teams like the Braves, teams like, they were called the White Stockings, another confusing thing here. They're called the White Stockings, but they were eventually the Chicago Cubs. The Athletics, Philadelphia Athletics, were in this league. Later on in the 1880s, the Philadelphia Phillies show up. You've got the New York Giants that are obviously become the San Francisco Giants. You have the Brooklyn Bridegrooms that eventually become the Brooklyn Dodgers, Los Angeles Dodgers. So when you're talking about the teams that were in these leagues, you're basically talking about the foundation of what we know as professional sports today, because the National League is the oldest professional sports league there is. And so everything that, and it doesn't matter if someone thinks that their sport is superior to baseball. We all know, first of all, we all know that's not true. But second of all, it doesn't matter what they believe to be true on that end. The fact of the matter is, everything that you can think of, whether it's professional sports, even college sports, it was all born off the idea of what baseball was doing. And when you go into that and you go and you do a deep dive, you realize, first of all, they were really fighting a losing battle in a lot of these markets. You know, there was a lot of tough things going on in the United States at the time, and you were trying to convince people to come out and play, or come out and pay to watch people play a game. It was a foreign concept. We've all heard the stories about how hard it was to get people to come out to watch professional football in the 1920s. Well, imagine how difficult it was to get people to come out and pay for professional baseball in the 1880s, 1870s, 1890s, and beyond. There's all kinds of accounts, and I love them when you hear these quotes of people talking about how absurd it is that anyone would pay for a game, that anybody, there were several leagues that stood by their honor of, we will never take a dime. Now, those leagues obviously folded, but this is what we have in what is now Major League Baseball. It was the NA, and then of course the NL, and then they brought in the American League. And so, taking a quick look at the NA, there were 5 years in the NA, 1871 through 1875. The very first championship in 1871, and you got to realize something. These teams were having, I mean, you talk about awful, and I mean just awful conditions. Not just where the games were played, but think about having to actually go and travel. But the very first championship of the National Association, as we'll just call it, the NA, were the Philadelphia Athletics. And the Philadelphia Athletics, and that name changed back and forth, and they disbanded and came back, et cetera, et cetera. But the Philadelphia Athletics won the very first championship. After that, and at the time, they went off of not winning percentage, but how many games you won. Some teams played many more games than the other. But going back and looking over it, there was never a situation until they changed the rules, which I believe was 1883, that they changed the rules that they would go by winning percentage. That was the first time that was introduced. There was never a time that a champion would have been a champion because of winning percentage. It came up in a debate because the previous year, a team that finished fourth should have been second off a winning percentage. And that's the whole reason why it came about. Now luckily, they had enough sense, and really it was just bragging rights at that point. But they wanted to clarify, hey, let's go ahead and get into this, and let's come up with a fair way of deciding a winner. Because remember, there were games that were not finished. There were games, if you go back and you look at the records of some of these teams, deep dives, and you see all these ties, you're like, what the hell was that? Well, there was no artificial lighting, and depending on what time they started a game, because a lot of these guys were working in the factories during the day, and then they were playing baseball in the afternoon going into the early evening. And it's why baseball was created and played in the summertime, because obviously you have much longer days. But there were a lot of games that were played back then that would end in a tie, and you didn't have a situation where they called someone the winner after X amount of innings. If it ended in a tie, that's just what it was recorded as, was a tie. Now, there were some leagues that would just disband the entire contest, and it wouldn't even go into the books. And that's why when they started doing these deep dives on going back to players' overall numbers, and we're talking about going back and seeing who belongs in the Hall of Fame and who doesn't. We're talking about guys that are going to be coming in from the 1880s and whatnot. They had to go back and do a lot of deep dives because a lot of these games were not being counted. So, of those 5 seasons, 1871, 72, 73, 74, and 75, five seasons were played in the National Association that essentially was the grandfather of the National League. Philadelphia wins the first one, the Athletics, not the Phillies. Phillies start playing ball in 1883. The Atlanta Braves organization, which at the time was the Boston Red Stockings, they won 1872, 73, 74, and 75. And the team that was looked upon as arguably the best of that group, because you had a lot of different teams back then that, first of all, there was a lot of different arguments on which league was best. But by the time you get to the National Association, it was looked upon as by far the best team. And if you want to look at the teams at that time of who was the best, I think you have to take a real hard look at the 1875 team right before they go into the National League. That team went 71-8-3. An .899 winning percentage, something that would never be even considered nowadays, right? But 1875, 71, 8-3. That's the team. And if you're wondering, okay, well, how many players that played in that league were really elite? There were 8 Hall of Famers that played in the National Association. You had guys, and even the most modest of baseball fans, I won't even say have to see it have to be an historian. The ones who have watched baseball have consumed a lot of baseball over the years. You've heard a lot of these names: Cap Anson, Albert Spalding. Yes, that Spalding, Albert Goodwill Spalding, the one where you see the name printed on the balls and the gloves. That Spalding was in this league. Candy Cummings, he was known as the grandfather of the curveball. He created the curveball, according to many. And that's actually a funny story. If you've never heard it, real quick, he was, during the offseason, he was out on a lake and was throwing a seashell across the lake, was making it curve, and he wondered, because of the curvatures in the shells, could he make a baseball do that? And he quickly found out that he could. And so the curveball was born. Of course, at the time it was controversial. People felt like, remember something, when baseball first starts and starts being competitive, it wasn't until Cummings came up with the curveball, the pitching was being looked upon. Before that, you were supposed to aid the batter. In fact, a lot of teams, a lot of your professional leagues before the National Association, a lot of your leagues, their guy pitched to their guy, so it was like batting practice. And when it ended up happening was when guys like Candy Cummings started finding out ways to get you out. Then it became very imperative that you had an elite pitcher, and the rest is history. But when you go to that very early part and you talk about the elite teams of that time period, it was the Boston Red Sox, now known as the Atlanta Braves, that were the cream of the crop. I mean, 4 consecutive championships, forget about it. If you go just a little further in there and you take a look at once it becomes the National League, and that becomes a league of itself by 1876. I think a lot of people are familiar with the fact that it's been around since 1876, mainly because the logo, if you've ever looked at it closely on the National League, has 1876 in it on most of them. Some of them, leave them out, but there are currently 15 teams in the National League. But it was founded in 1875. And essentially what they were trying to do when they built the National League in 1876, they were trying to have strong owners, and they wanted a low entry fee for each club with the incentive to stay in the league, because what they did not want is what happened in the National Association, along with a couple of other leagues that never really came to the forefront, is they had a lot of teams that were having a team 1 year and then they were dipping out. That's not what the National League wanted. In fact, they had an entry fee at the time. Think about this. You could have bought your own National League team at the very beginning for $10. Now, you would have also had to have paid your salaries, et cetera, et cetera. But $10 was the entry fee. But the one thing that they wanted all these businessmen to be involved in, guys like William Hubert of the Chicago White Stockings, later known as the Cubs, guys like Harry Wright and George Wright, Those were other guys that were in the National Association associated with the Red Stockings. They came over to the National League. But you had teams at that time. It was the Louisville Grays. It was the Cincinnati Reds, the St. Louis Brown Stockings, the New York Mutuals, the Hartford Dark Blues, Boston Red Stockings, Philadelphia Athletics, and the Chicago White Stockings. Those were your original teams. And when you look at the champions of those leagues, as we get closer to talking about what we're here to talk about, the World Series, the Braves organization, the Red Stockings, they win the National League pennant in 1877, 78, 83, 91, 92, 93, 97, 1897, 1898, a total of 8. So by the time we hit the 20th century, what is now known as the Atlanta Braves organization, they had 12 world championships. They will go on to win 4 more. They won the 1914 World Series, the 57 World Series, the 95, and the 2021. But if you ever noticed any of the stuff that I put up, if I put anything championship-wise about the Braves organization, I always have it claimed with 16 World Championships. That's why. They won 12 World Championships before the World Series was ever created. Because no one felt like anyone but the National Association and then the National League was anything but the cream of the crop. It's kind of like to the effect of when you had the AFL coming up in the 1960s and everyone still looked upon it as your actual champion of the National Football League. It's kind of like when people say, well, why in the hell do people call Green Bay Titletown? Because the Green Bay Packers won all those world championships before the Super Bowl was created. Same thing, it just happened a little longer ago. It's the same exact thing. Other teams that won champions, they had a team named the Detroit Wolverines that ended up crashing and burning. They went from 1881 to 1888. They won the 83 champion. They won 1 championship, and then they were dissolved. The Brooklyn Bridegrooms, later on the Super Balls, and they are the Super Balls until the late the first decade of the 20th century, where they eventually become the Trolley Dodgers, and then of course the Dodgers, and they changed their names a few times in the 1920s and whatnot. But for all intents and purposes, they went from, just to keep it simple, they went from the Bridegrooms, who won it in 1890. The Super Balls won in 80, 89, and 1900. Still the same franchise. The New York Giants, the New York baseball Giants that eventually go out to San Francisco. They go out there and they win the championship in 1889, 1888, and they cause a stink in the 1904 World Series, which we'll get into here in a second. And the 1904, remember the World Series starts in 1903. Because of the New York baseball Giants, there is no World Series in 1904. The Baltimore Orioles, just like the Boston Red Stockings, were looked upon as a heck of a powerhouse. The Baltimore Orioles they win the championship from 1894, 1895, and 1896. And there's something else interesting about the Baltimore Orioles. First of all, John McGraw plays for the Baltimore Orioles. And John McGraw later on would have such a big rivalry with the American League because he left the Orioles to go to the American League, then got kicked out of the American League, fighting with their commissioner, Ban Johnson. That when you get to the 1904 World Series and the Giants win the National League, remember, they'd only played the World Series once. He didn't look at them being worthy of playing the New York Giants, so he decided that his team was not going to play. The following year, they win the pennant again, and his owner forces him to play because there was so much money involved comparatively at the time. And the players were ticked off. They were really ticked off at him as well, because they found out that had they played in that World Series, they would have made almost as much as they did for the entire season. So obviously, always follow the money when it comes to this kind of stuff. But when you look at the Baltimore Orioles of that time, not only were they very dominant in winning the championship, if you've ever heard the term the Baltimore chop, and most people have, and they know what it means. It means you smack the ball on the ground, it goes high, and you try to beat it out to first. Now, in today's baseball, the Baltimore chop is pretty much looked upon as a goofy thing that happens. There were some attempts in the 1970s and 1980s to make it a part of the game plan, but they never could quite get it back to where it was in the 1890s. But there were some attempts to use the AstroTurf, the artificial turf, to do the Baltimore chop. But now pitchers nowadays, because the velocity and the movement on the ball, it's very difficult to do this. But what they were doing, and this was not, they didn't come up with the term Baltimore chop because, oh, by the way, they just happened to hit a lot of balls off the ground high in the air. It was an actual strategy. And they were going up, slamming the bat over the ball and popping it up. And a lot of these fields were really hard. Some of them were, you barely had any dirt on it at all. So you were almost playing on concrete. And that ball would bounce and it would go high in the air. And by the time the thing came down, everybody was safe. And the Baltimore Orioles of the 1890s, that was actually what they were known for. They had several batsmen that were actually very good at it. And one John McGraw was really the reasoning for it. But you had teams in those early part. Here are some teams and here are some cities that you had at that time. Obviously, the Boston Red Stockings, we talked about them. The Chicago White Sox, we talked about them. Cleveland Forest Cities. The Fort Wayne Kiangas. New York Mutuals. Philadelphia Athletics. Rockford Forest Cities. The Washington Olympics. The Brooklyn Atlantics, who only lasted for 4 years, but the Brooklyn Atlantics were known as being quite the draw. They had ownership issues, but the Brooklyn Atlantics at one point were known as one of the favorite teams in the league. Brooklyn Eckfords. The Baltimore Canaries. Middletown Mansfields. Washington Nationals, which is essentially why today's Washington National team grabbed that name. It was a throwback. Philadelphia White Stockings, Hartford Dark Blues. You see a lot of teams with a lot of names involving what they wore because that's how, this is obviously before someone would go out and buy your garb. But what they were trying to do is name their team after their laundry because it was a way to get the fans behind them. You had a St. Louis Red Stockings team for 1 year, and the official name was changed because of complaints from the Boston Red Stockings. And you also had the St. Louis Brown Stockings, and they were named that in the same exact year. They both played in 1875. So not a lot of creativity with a lot of these names, but everything was new. You know, there's a famous story when they talk about during this time period that there was a garment maker that was trying to talk the National League into going out and have each individual position wearing specific colors. And what I mean by that is everybody's first baseman would wear blue, everybody's third baseman would wear red. It was quickly disbanded because the newspaper writers tore it to pieces, calling them, what was the term? It looked like a Dutch bed of tulips out there, basically saying like the whole thing it was terrible looking, but the guy was trying to make some money. And because baseball was becoming so damn popular, this is what we were getting. So we get through the 19th century. Baseball is becoming extremely popular. The American League pops up. They've been going strong for a few years, and they've started to poach players, and there was nothing stopping them. And for a very small period of time, the players had the power. And they would go, and of course, later on we go through all the contract issues that we've dealt with in professional sports for years and years and years. But you can imagine there was a little bit of a, I can go over here and make more money. Why the hell am I staying here with you? And they would bolt. And then the next season, they would go right back because they were offered more money. And this was happening in the middle of the seasons. So eventually what happens is both sides, the American League and the National League, will kind of band together and prevent a lot of that. And then later on in the early 20th century, there are other leagues that pop up, leagues like the Federal League and whatnot, that are once again trying to poach. But what Major League Baseball does at that time is they basically beat them at their own game. And they end up squeezing out these upstart leagues that are trying to compete with them, guaranteeing a boat ton of money to the players. Once those leagues folded, they turned around and they cut their salaries. So it was very cutthroat in the first 60 or so years of Major League Baseball. Major League, the guys who had invested, they were making money off of this. They were trying to keep something of theirs alive. And there were other people trying to come up and create something saying, you know, why can't we have a part of the American dream? So it's probably my favorite era of baseball because it was really wide open. It was like the Wild West. You never knew what the hell was going to go on. You never know who was going to bounce from one team to another. And then some players were getting banned for doing it, and some players were jumping back and forth with nothing happening to them. So we get to the early 1900s, and the National League and American League decide, all right, both leagues are getting very popular. We need to legitimize one champion. And this is when winning your pennant no longer makes you the champion. This is when it all begins. And it begins with the 1903 World Series. In the 1903 World Series with Boston, playing Pittsburgh. And Boston was already a very popular baseball city with the dominance of the Red Stockings, now known as the Braves. But here's the funny thing. If you think they had a fan base that stuck with them through thick and thin, you would be wrong. Because a lot of your Boston Red Stocking fans jumped over to the Boston Americans, now known as the Red Sox, simply because they could go watch baseball for just a little cheaper. There's arguments on how much it is, but for essentially, the National League team was charging $1 a game. The American League team was charging 50 cents a game. And because of that, and the droves of people going to the now Red Sox team, the National League team, the Braves, lost a lot of their funding. Because you got to remember, back then, there was no media money coming in. So they lost their money. They had to sell players off. They were getting poached by the American League team. A lot of the guys that were on the 1903 Boston Americans had just left the National League Boston team that becomes the Braves. It originally developed from something called the Western League. The Western League played baseball from 1885 to 1900. And then it was developed from a couple of other areas. But essentially, if you want to know when it all began, essentially Ban Johnson put teams together and they started playing baseball in 1901. By 1903, that was January 1901. By 1903, 2 years later, just 2 years later, can you imagine this in today's sports world? They were playing the National League for the World Championship. That is literally the equivalent of some random professional, whether you USFL, XFL, whatever. And in 2 seasons, all of a sudden you're grabbing their champion to play the Super Bowl champion for all the marbles. So it's pretty impressive what the American League did in that very short time period. Ban Johnson was a controversial figure, but no matter how you look at him, some of the stuff that he did against the players and whatnot, Ban Johnson built that damn team, built that league. And you get to the 1903 World Series. You get the Boston Championship, and then we talked about it real quick, and I'll just dive back into it real quick. The 1904 World Series is never played. And that would not happen again for another 90 years when the strike would happen. In the World Series, 1904, it was being called the boycott. The boycott series. According to McGraw, he didn't want to play them because he looked at the American League as inferior. But everybody knows it was because he held sour grapes against Ban Johnson in the American League, which he had just came from. So in 1904, there was no World Series. But 1905, the Giants win it again. And this time, the owner of the Giants, along with the players, said, "We got to play him, McGraw. There's too much money involved." I mean, you were getting people sitting on top of fences all around. And we're only talking about a couple of seasons into the American League even existing. In the 1903 World Series, there are many accounts of people lined across the walls in very dangerous spots in Boston just to get a glimpse of what the original World Series was. So then we get to the 1905 World Series. And in the 1905 World Series, you have once again the New York Giants and you have Connie Mack's Philadelphia A's. And we talked about the A's being the first champion of the National Association. Connie Mack takes over the Philadelphia A's in the very early 1900s. He was a manager there for 50 years. You'll always see pictures of him in the dugout. He was the last to wear a three-piece suit, typically wore a top hat as well. And he was known as a great baseball mind. You know all these spray charts and all these different charts that they have nowadays from no matter who you want to take your information from. But all the fan graphs and whatnot. According to folks that played with and played against Connie Mack of those days, Connie Mack was doing the same damn thing back then, but it was all in his head. So obviously he didn't have a computer. But he would take notes and jot them down. And they said that, and this is something you don't even see today. He had a sign set up on the bench, and he was directing his defense where to stand, infield and outfield.
Can't drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful than an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome or artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it. The fact that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam, ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
There's a bigger thing going on right now. I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
Down a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Citi Field in Queens, New York, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. 2 home runs, 8 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .261. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. He has 2 home runs, 18 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .290. Austin Riley batting third, playing third. 3 home runs, 18 RBI, a .245 average. Matt Olson, your cleanup hitter and playing first base. He has 3 home runs with a .200 average, 16 RBI. Your designated hitter tonight for your Atlanta Braves, it's Marcell Ozuna. 12 home runs, 38 RBI, and a .315 average. Playing left field for your Atlanta Braves tonight, it's Adam Duvall. Adam has 2 home runs, 80 RBI, batting .216. Michael Harris II is patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. He's batting 7th with 3 home runs, 13 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .255. Travis d'Arnaud is behind home plate with 5 home runs, 16 RBI, batting .265, and batting 8th. Batting 9th for your Atlanta Braves, it's the shortstop, Orlando Arcia. Orlando batting .270 with 3 home runs, 13 RBI. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's Charlie Morton. Uncle Charlie is 2-0 with a 3.5 ERA. He has a 1.14 whip, 36 innings pitched, 28 hits allowed, 33 strikeouts versus 13 walks given up, and 3 home runs served. He'll be going head-to-head with Jose Quintana, who's 1-3 with a 5.2 ERA, 1.54 whip, 36 1/3 innings pitched, 40 hits allowed, 25 strikeouts, 16 walks, and 3 home runs given up. Backing up Quintana in the bottom of the first inning, playing left field for the New York Metropolitans, it's Brendan Nimmo. 5 homers, 25 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .229. Starlin Marte is in right field and batting second, with 4 home runs, 15 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .269. Francisco Lindor batting third, playing short, 6 homers with a .211 average. He has 20 RBI and 4 stolen bases. Batting cleanup for the Mets, it's Pete Alonso. 9 home runs, 19 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .212. JD Martinez is the designated hitter with 2 RBI and a .297 average. Jeff McNeil batting 6th and playing second. He has 1 home run, 7 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .248. Harrison Bader is in center field with a .280 average, 1 home run, 7 RBI, 5 stolen bases. Beatty is at third and batting 8th with 3 home runs, 13 RBI, batting .257. And Thomas Nido is behind home plate and batting 9th. He has a .229 average, 1 home run, 1 RBI. Calling balls and strikes tonight behind home plate, it's John Lipka. First base umpire, James Hoy. Second base will be manned by Rob Drake, and down the third base line, it's DJ Rayburn. Temperatures are expected at 64 degrees at first pitch, drifting into the low 60s, high 50s by the end of the ball game. There is a chance of rain. Game 1 of a 3-game set, Braves versus Mets, Friday night, Saturday at 4:10 Eastern, and Sunday night on Mother's Day. Atlanta Braves are minus 145 on the money line. The over-under is just 7.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Metropolitans, Game 1 of a 3-game series, all in Queens, New York. Atlanta 22-12, the Mets 18-18. Country Club, get your chop arms ready and get your game face on, Braves Country.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves Country. Goat, I don't know what banner you're talking about. The one on the screen is the Mets and Braves. Anyways, good evening, the GOAT, Woody, Edward, Genius in Math, Yadil, John, Envy, Gary, D. See who else we have here. I know it's a funky beginning here. John, Jason, Edward, Pushing Buttons, Gary, Jesse, Willis, Jeremy, Henry, and if I miss anyone else, jump back into it. We are just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of Braves versus Mets. The Atlanta Braves are going to be in their classic road grays, top to bottom, the blue ball caps, the white A, bright Atlanta across the chest in red with the tomahawk underneath. Mets are in their City Connects, or their alternates, excuse me. They're updated alternates. There's a lot of controversy with the Mets fans about these alternates. They're black with the Mets outlined in orange, blue writing, Mets across the chest, numbers underneath, black ball cap, NY on the hat. Oh, gotcha. We're just about set. Good looking out. We just started doing that. I forgot that we added that to it. Okay, so a little bit of a bumpy start, but we're just about set for first pitch play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. And yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way from Quintana is swung on, popped up, can of corn. Acuna acts surprised that he pops out the first pitch. That's becoming routine in his season-long slump, one away, F8 in your scorecard. When you swing at the first pitch of the game and they jam you and you look surprised, they have been setting that up all day, all week. Quintana has been thinking about what pitch he's going to throw to you to start you off. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie takes the first pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Quintana has pitched really good games against the Braves, even though he's got a ERA north of 5 this year. The 0-1, down below the knees. Did he go around? They're going to check down the line. First base umpire James Hoy says no dice. 1-1. The 1-1. Rocks and fires, swung on, lifted down the right field line. We're waiting for the other screen to populate, and then we're going to switch over to it. So a 1-2 count. Lefty, righty. Quintana comes set, does his jiggle and flips it high and out of the zone, 2-2. The 2-2. Quintana jiggles and fires, swing and a miss, strike 3. Down on strikes, 2 away. 6 pitches into the night. Quintana 2 up, 2 down. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. What you'll see from Quintana tonight, the left-hander, doesn't throw hard. His fastest pitch comes around 90-91, but the sinker and his four-seamer. But he'll throw that curve you just saw Ozzie spin around on, 77, and the change at 85 to keep you honest. The first pitch on the way to Riley is inside, four-seamer. It's 1-0. Austin Riley batting .245, 3 home runs, 18 RBI. The 1-0, outside wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Nobody on, 2 down. We're just getting going here in the top of the first inning. The 2-0, down below the knees, ball 3, 3-0. John Lipka is your home plate umpire. The 3-0 pitch from Quintana lets her go swing, and that ball is hit hard into left field, but right at Nemo, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Braves go quietly. We head to the bottom of the first. It's scoreless in New York.
I don't know who put me on the list to work for a living, but it's rude.
I called you like 5 times and you ain't answered the phone because my been on Do Not Disturb all day. Well, people can't get in contact with you if you always got your on Do Not Disturb. I know, ain't it just wonderful? That's the point.
Here are some facts about Ireland that you may not know. Fact number 1. There are more Irish people abroad than there are in Ireland. There's over 80 million people worldwide that claim Irish heritage, and there's only about 6 million of us at home. The President of Ireland actually has very little power. The Taoiseach holds all the power as head of government. Ireland's patron Saint Patrick, the great man, was actually born in Wales, not Ireland. But like everyone else, he claims to be Irish. The submarine was actually invented in Ireland. The holiday Halloween, which is very heavily celebrated all over the world, actually originates in Ireland, derived from a Celtic celebration called Samhain. So you're welcome. And finally, for all the Americans out there, that White House where your president sits in, yeah, that was designed by an Irishman too.
Let me sum it up. Twitter's stupid, and Instagram is Twitter for people who can't read.
The magnitude of the conspiracy stunned the baseball world. The Louisville Grays suspended the accused players, who claimed they had only done it because their owners had failed to pay them their wages. Devlin was brought before National League President William Hulbert.
Devlin was in tears. Hulbert was in tears. I saw Hulbert take a $50 bill and press it into the palm of the prostrate player. And then I heard him say, "That's what I think of you personally. Damn you, Devlin, you are dishonest. You have sold a game, and I can't trust you. Now go and let me never see your face again, for your act will not be condoned so long as I live. Albert Goodwill Spaulding."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Uncle Charlie will go to work. 2-0, 3.5 ERA. The right-hander kicks and fires the first pitch to Brandon Nimmo, the leadoff hitter, batting .229, right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The pitch. Curveball swung on, chopped foul. 0-2 in between home and first. So an 0-2 count. Standing on deck, Marte, Lindor in the hole. There is a mist coming down after this hour rain delay. The 0-2 pitch. Down below the knee, sinker misses. 1-2. So a 1-2. The pitch. Down below the knees. 2-2. Tried to give him a chase that curveball. The 2-2 from Charlie. Swing and fires it right by him. Fastball. One away. Think he was probably looking for that slow pitch curveball. He brought the gas. 95 miles an hour. Belt high. One away. So one down. That'll bring the right-handed batter Marte to the plate. He bangs the first pitch foul just over the head of a leaping Austin Riley at third. Going up against the Tarps, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Marte, 269 batting average, 708 OPS, 4 home runs, 15 RBI. The 0-1. Changeup misses downstairs. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Morton kicks and fires. Swing! Chops that curveball foul out in front of home plate. It's 1-2. You got a 1-2 count. Nobody on, one down. Charlie taking his time to get back up to the plate to the bump as Marte stepped off the plate with his timeout. The 1-2 pitch. Four-seam fastball misses well out of the zone, down and away. 2-2. The 2-2. Rocks and fires. Fastball caught. Looking strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. 96 just kisses the black 2 away. Marte doesn't like it. Looked like a 50-50 pitch. But it did look like it cut back and got the zone, and a great job by Travis d'Arnaud to frame it as well. 2 down. So 2 down. That'll bring Lindor to the plate. Lindor batting .211, takes the first pitch, 95-mile-an-hour fastball up and in. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lifts his glove, lets her go. Swing and a miss. Cutter underneath the hands, 0-2. You won't see him throw that cutter very often. Just 6% of the time here in 2024. Just enough to keep you guessing. Charlie will throw that curve, the change, the sinker. He's got that four-seamer and the cutter. His main 3 pitches you'll see is the curve, change, and forcing. The 0-2, swung on and fouled back out of play. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. So an 0-2 count. Righty-lefty, Morton lets her go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Uncle Charlie yaks the whole side to start the game. How about that? We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Maybe I'm the problem. Nah, that doesn't even sound right. Stay woke in these streets.
Major League Baseball pitcher Brady Singer's mom reading the letter he sent her just before Christmas.
I love you, Mom and Dad. Dear Mom and Dad, I just want to say thank you for everything you've done to help me reach my dreams. From Woodley Field to Kaufman's. There's absolutely no way I could have done all this by myself. Both of you constantly took off of work and spent every dime you made just to put a smile on my face. My smile and appreciation for both of you has never stopped, and it never will. I will always remember traveling around Florida for baseball, trying to cheaply eat and save money, but I never could because you both always wanted me to have the best stuff to help me pursue my dreams. The money you both spent on traveling, gear, hotel, food, and all of those Gatorades I drank is much more than I could ever give you. But there was something I want to give to you. I am paying off the loan from the bank. Also, I paid off all your debt as well. What? Now, instead of trying to save money every weekend to replace the savings account you drained on traveling to play baseball, you can spend it on yourselves. Because you deserve the very best, I want you both to know how much I appreciate you and how none of this would be possible without you. Your giving hearts helped to shape my tiny dream into a reality. I love you both more than you could ever imagine and will never forget what you both have done. Now let's go celebrate. Merry Christmas. Love always, Brady.
Despite their pleas for forgiveness, Hulbert banned all 4 players from baseball forever. For 5 years, Jim Devlin haunted the corridors outside meetings of the National League club owners, hoping somehow to be reinstated. Desperate, he wrote to Harry Wright, still the most respected man in the game. Harry Wright did nothing.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is swung on. A one-hopper into the glove of Lindor. 6-3 putout starts us off, 1 away. So Matt Olson's struggles continue. He's currently in the longest drought of his career homerless streak. We're at 26 games and counting. So 1 down. Marcell Ozuna, who's far from a homerless streak, had 2 the other night. First pitch on the way, 91-mile-an-hour heater. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Fastball, sinker, misses high. 2-0. So a 2-0 count from Quintana. Lefty, righty, pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's belted down the left field line, but foul and out of play, 2-1. 2-1. The pitch. Just grabs the outer edge, four-seam fastball, 91 miles an hour, 2-2. Standing on deck is Adam Duvall. He gets the start tonight against the left-hander. Jared Kelnick could be used for pinch hitting duties. The 2-2. Just misses outside changeup. Good take by Marcel. That had to have been an extremely tempting pitch. So the full count to Ozuna. The payoff pitch from Quintana. Swung on, chopped over towards short. Lindor's got this one. He'll flip it over to first. Easy 6-3 put out. 2 away. So 2 down. That'll bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Adam Duvall with 2 home runs on the year. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way from Quintana. Misses high and out of the zone. 1-0. John Lipka typically is more likely to give you east and west and south. He doesn't call a lot of pitches high, typically. The 1-0 pitch. Down below the knees, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Lefty-righty. Standing on deck is Michael Harris II. The 2-0 from Quintana. Right there for a strike, four-seam fastball, 2-1. Little surprised that Travis d'Arnaud is not hitting above Harris at this point. Harris is in an awful slump himself. No one's really talking about it because they're so obsessed with the big three. The 2-1 misses high and inside. Ball 3-1. Harris has been slumping quite a bit as well. The 3-1-2 Duvall. They set up inside. Pitch on the way. Inside, ball 4. And your Atlanta Braves got a base runner. So at least they got that going. 1 on, 2 out. You'll have a lefty-lefty. They'll go right after Harris, you would think. The first pitch, yep, upstairs for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 0-1 from Quintana. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field, drifting back, making the easy catch on the lazy fly ball is Harrison Bader, and that'll end the inning. We get one on, but can't get him across. It's 0-0 in Queens.
Well, I did it. I woke up today. So, I think that's enough activity.
Here are some facts about Ireland that you may not know. Fact number 1. 10 million pints of Guinness are produced in Dublin every single day. Most of them are drank the same day. And we have lots and lots of different accents from Northern Ireland all the way down to Kerry. Ireland has 2 official languages. The English language we're speaking now, which is most commonly used, but also we have Gaeilge, which is our Irish native tongue, and not enough people speak it. I wish I knew more.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
So Pete Rose, the leadoff batter for the Philadelphia Phillies, introduced to the crowd here today. And Pete Rose, a man who has been at bat more times than any player in the history of the major leagues.
That if he keeps breathing, he will break Ty Cobb's record.
And, of course, the big question this year is whether or not he'll be able to play every ball game. He wants to. The manager says he wants to rest him. He's missed only 80 games in his 20-year career. And Seaver's first pitch, ball 1. Seaver with 264 wins, 156 losses. One of the few pitchers who has won over 100 games more than he has lost.
Armchair.
Devlin got a job as a policeman in 1880. died of consumption just 3 years later. His early death, said a Louisville newspaper, was an instructive example of the fruits of crookedness. The National League had survived its first scandal.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves go back to work. Charlie Morton, who struck out the side to start the night, fires the first pitch to Pete Alonso, a cutter down below his knees. It's 1-0. Alonso batting .212 on the year with 9 home runs. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Cutter swung on, chopped away. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch from Morton lets her go just downstairs and off the plate. 2-1 to Alonso. Here to start the bottom of the second. He's got 19 RBI and a 742 OPS. The 2-1 swing fouls it straight back. It's 2-2. Braves are on an infield shift to the left side of the infield, but back with the power hitting Pete Alonso, who is a free agent at year's end. A lot of debate on whether or not he'll stay. I tend to believe he's gone. The 2-2 to Alonso. Down and away, ball 3, 3-2. And it really is strange because Alonso has done nothing but put up big numbers and has done well playing in the Big Apple. But I think he is under the impression as the 3-2 pitch swing, and that ball's hammered into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. It's going to go up against the wall. Alonso comes stumbling and bumbling around the bases. He'll go into second standing up, and it's a leadoff double for Alonso. But as well as Alonso has played, there really is a belief that he is expecting a big-time long-term salary, and the question is whether or not the Mets are going to go in that direction. There's a lot of talk that they're going to save some money, get a little younger, and then go on a big spending spree in a couple of years. First pitch on the way to JT Martinez, the cutter swing and a miss, strike, it's 0-1. I mean, if there's ever been a New York Met that has earned every single dime owed to him, it's Pete Alonso. The 0-1 from Martinez, swung on, hit back up the middle. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, 4-3 put out, but on the play, Alonso goes second to third, and he's 90 feet away from scoring the go-ahead run. So good piece of hitting by JT Martinez, the veteran. You'll notice on that play, he inside out of that swing to make sure he hit it to the right side, and Alonso could advance. So due up now is Jeff McNeil, and this is kind of the worst batter you want to face because he is a punch and Judy type hitter, and the Braves have the infield in. So he's just going to try to smack it over their head, not try to do a lot with it. The first pitch on the way is down and in for a ball, sinker misses. It's 1-0. McNeil 248 on the year, 644 OPS. The 1-0 right below the knees for a strike, four-seam misses, 1-1. Harrison Bader stands on deck, and they could be pitching around McNeil to get to Bader. You could be setting up a double play, but Bader is a very fast runner. It's going to be hard to double up. The 2-0, down below the knees, ball 3-3-0. It does look like that's what Charlie's doing, trying to hit a perfect spot, and if he doesn't hit it, he's okay with walking McNeil. So a 3-0 count, infield drawn in, Alonso at first. The pitch. Fastball just misses high, ball 4, and it's a 4-pitch walk. He was definitely nibbling around the edges, up, down, in, out. So runners on the corners with 1 out. It's still remarkable to me. They've only started doing this the last few years, playing the infield in the second inning in a scoreless game. The first pitch on the way is a sinker. Looked like it hit a spot, but home plate umpire John Lipka missed that one. It's 1-0. 1-0 to Bader. Purple must be his favorite color, the 1-0. Inside, misses, 2-0. He's got purple batting gloves on, purple elbow pad, purple shin guard. I don't know if I've ever seen that color before on the baseball field. The 2-0 pitch, right there for a strike, sinker coming in 2-1. Braves are in double play death, but once again, the center fielder is going to be hard to double up. He can absolutely fly. Started his career with the Cardinals, traded to the Yankees, and signed with the Mets in the offseason. Charlie turns around and flips it over to first to try to keep McNeil close by, maybe catch him napping. McNeil well back in under the tag. The 2-1. Rocks and fire. Swung on. Chopped foul down the third base line. 2-2. Braves nothing. Mets nothing. Bottom of the second, if you're just joining us, we had an hour, 55-minute rain delay, technically. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, hit hard on the ground. Riley's coming home. He is going to have Alonso in attack. And Alonso was putting on the brakes, lost his footing, and started looking like Fred Flintstone, kicking his feet and going nowhere. He's out. Runners will be on first and second with 2 away. Kangaroo Court will get him on that one. He tried to put on the brakes. I don't know what he was thinking because he wasn't going to be able to stop and turn back and run backwards. I think he was thinking maybe he'd get caught in a rundown, but his feet just came out from under him. Whoop! 2 down. First pitch on the way to Beatty is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. They still keep showing that play over on the Mets side, too. So an 0-1 count. Runners on first and second, 2 down. Charlie, big boost if he could get out of this jam. Began with the leadoff double. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 95-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe, burning that wood right by it. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Charlie comes set. The pitch on the way. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. Pitch out territory, 1-2. Philly leads Miami 6-0 in the fifth. The 1-2 pitch swung on. Just got a piece of that to keep it alive. Chops it foul in front of home plate in between first base. So we'll go 1-2 again. Charlie Morton, by the way, 35 pitches. So really long inning. He had a very economical inning the first inning, striking out the side. The 1-2 from Charlie, kicks and fires. Chop foul, check swing foul. We'll do it again, 1-2. Got a 1-2 count. Beatty digs in the pitch. Swing! Pops it up. That'll bend foul over the third base dugout. We'll do it again. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Long inning for Charlie. He's up over 20 pitches on this one. The 1-2. Curveball in the dirt, ball 2, 2-2. You know, if he ends up walking Beatty here, I think you got to go out there and talk to Charlie just to give him a breather. This is a long inning. The 2-2 from Charlie. Curveball down and in. Misses again. Ball 3, 3-2. So a full count. And now what Morton's done nibbling all that way is now the runners are going to be going. So anything that gets down is going to score at least 1, if not 2. The number 9 hitter, Nito, stands on deck. His 40th pitch of the night about to be unleashed. Full count. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Charlie Morton dancing through danger. 5 strikeouts, but 40 pitches. We'll be back in a flash.
How did he treat you? Like, where is he going? In the garbage. Where does he belong? With me.
Did you know in Field of Dreams, the mysterious voice that speaks to Ray is listed in the closing credits as himself, and the actor behind the voice has never been revealed. A lot of names have been thrown around as the man behind the voice, like the star of the movie Kevin Costner, or the actor who plays Shoeless Joe Jackson, Ray Liotta. The author of the novel the movie is based on, W.P. Kinsella, has said that he was told the voice was Ed Harris, the famous actor and husband of Amy Madigan, the woman who plays Annie in the movie. But director Phil Alden Robinson has said that although he's heard a lot of names, none of them have ever been correct. Who was the man behind the voice that said the famous line, "If you build it, he will come"? The last shot in the movie where we see all the cars lined up trying to get to the field was all done practically. The production team worked with the town to get as many lights shut off as possible to get the required darkness. They also had about 2,000 cars participate in that traffic line. To be able to speak to all the extras at once, the director's instructions were actually broadcast through a local radio station. And one of those instructions was for the cars to flash their high beams on and off to make it seem like there was more movement than there actually was.
Funny story about me. If you're a jackass who parks halfway into the next parking spot because you don't want someone parking next to you, I have a tiny car. I'm gonna be the jackass that makes sure we both fit in the one spot.
Baseball has these absolutely unique sounds. The sounds of spring, of summer, drift out across the fields. You know, the sound of the ball against the bat is absolutely extraordinary. I don't know any American male that doesn't hear that in the springtime and get called back to some moment in the past or summer days in the past.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball here on Braves Country Radio. Atlanta Braves, New York Mets tied up at 0 apiece. We head to the top of the third inning. Braves have gone quietly. The Mets had quite the threat going in the bottom of the second. Quintana goes back to work after a long layoff. First pitch down and away. It's 1-0. Quintana has only thrown 25 pitches as he begins to throw his second of the inning. The 1-0. Up high, misses high, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch to d'Arnaud, down and in, ball 3, 3-2. Uncle Charlie, 5 strikeouts and 6 outs so far, but he does have a 40 pitch count. The 3-0 from Quintana, right there for a strike, taken all the way was d'Arnaud. Remember, he's been a Mets killer his entire career. The 3-1, swing and fouls it straight back. We'll do it again. The 3-1. Quintana comes set. Pitch on the way. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Swatted foul back out of play. So we got a full count. Paul Skeens debuts for the Pittsburgh Pirates tomorrow. That game is the same time as the Braves game. Be going up against the Cubs in Pittsburgh. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, swatted into right field, and that'll get down for a base hit. And Travis d'Arnaud will continue to own the New York Mets. Just laid back and waited for the ball to travel through. Poked it into right field in between the 4-3 hole. First pitch on the way to Arcia is up high. Sinker misses for a ball, 1-0. I'm going to have to pull it up on my phone, Goat. I can't see it on the actual screen. Did it come out pretty good is my question, Goat. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. d'Arnaud on first, nobody out the pitch. Swung on, chopped over to second, and it's going to be an easy 4-3 put out. Arcia slapped it right into the heart of the defense to away. You'd love to see. Oh, yeah, it does turn out well. That's Andrew Jones who's congratulating him at home plate. That was the best picture I could find that actually had Javi's name where you could make it out. First pitch on the way to Acuna is swung on and foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Acuna popped out on the first pitch last time up. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Atlanta Braves lead the Mets 5 games in the division. They're 2 behind Philly tonight. The 0-1, high and inside. Did he go? They're going to check down the line. First base umpire James Hoy says, no dice. So a 1-1 count. Lefty, righty, Quintana deals. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Blew it right by him up top. Acuna must have been looking for the curve. The Braves are tied with Philadelphia in the loss column. Philly's played 4 more games. A little bit of the scheduling, a little bit the Braves have been rained out. The 1-2, just missed outside, 2-2. So I was glad that they got this game in because you start mounting up those double headers down the road, and that's going to put a tax on your bullpen. The 2-2, kicks and fires, up high, misses, ball 3, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Nobody on, 2 outs. Acuna trying to get something going here in the top of the third. The payoff pitch. Swung on, lifted high and deep. Going back on the track. A mighty smack over the track. Yanked and cranked, baby. A bullet, a bomb, 461 happy feet over the Big Apple in center field, and your Atlanta Braves 1. New York Mets nothing. 114 miles an hour off the bat. Are you kidding me? He absolutely tattooed that pitch. Reminds me of the one he hit in Los Angeles against the Dodgers late last year. First pitch on the way. Ozzy Albies is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. That ball is still going. The 1-0. Lefty righty pitch swung on, lifted high and deep into left field. Going back on the track. Back-to-back jacks. That's a fact. Ozzy Albies. His third home run of the year. 19th RBI. 356 happy feet over the left field wall. 103 velo. Your Atlanta Braves 2. New York Metropolitans nada here in the top of the third. That ball just kept going and going and going.
I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
First pitch on the way to Austin Riley. He's right there at the knees for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty righty kicks and fires. Curveball misses just high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Nobody on, 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and pops it back foul. Out of play. 1-1. The 1-2 from Quintana. In the dirt, curveball. Good take by Riley. 2-2. Standing on deck is, of course, Matt Olson. Normally that would have you concerned, but he could be pitching around Riley to get to Olson, the left-handed batman in a slump. The 2-2 lets her go. In the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Braves 2, Mets nothing. Top of the third inning, the pitch. Curveball down and away, ball 4. So Matt Olson is coming to the plate. Austin Riley head on down to first. They're going to go out there and have a quick powwow on the mound to talk it over with Quintana. As they do that, let's go ahead and hit the out-of-town scoreboard. We get a chance. Matt Olson digging in. First pitch on the way to Olson. Swung on. That ball is belted deep into right field. And it is gone, baby. Ram-a-lamma ding-dong. Zip, boom, bam. And your Atlanta Braves. Back to back. A walk and a jack. 4-0 your score. And the Braves are coming out of their slump on the road in New York. Matt Olson's drought is over. 4-0 Atlanta. How about that? He absolutely tattooed that ball into the bullpen. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna. Down and in, bang foul for a strike. It's 0-1. Well, if you've given up 3 home runs to the last 4 batters, the last guy you want to see on this Braves lineup standing up there is Marcell Ozuna. The 0-1. Lefty-righty, pitch down and away and in. 1-1. Ozuna batting .313 on the year, a .1034 OPS. The 1-1 kicks and fire, swing and a miss. Over the top, it's 1-2. Braves 4, Mets nothing. Top of the third inning. The 1-2 from Quintana, swung on, sliced, foul, and out of play. We'll do it again. You got a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way in the dirt, almost gets Marcel. He has to leap out of the way. 2-2. Curveball in the dirt. Had to play a little bit of hopscotch. That ball almost got him in the shin. As hot as he's been, I don't really want him taking a hit batman. The 2-2 pitch is a swing and a miss strike. Curveball in the dirt, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 4 on the board. Good God Almighty, we'll be back in a flash.
It's not that I hold grudges. It's that I saw who you really are. And you. Ugh. No, thank you. Barf. Ugh. Yeah, yeah.
You do not have to accept her rejection.
Huh. That's an odd start. Let's see where it goes.
I'm a professional dating coach, and I teach guys how to understand the female mind.
Ah. Uh-huh. Professional seems crazy. Dating seems unlikely. And coach, I wouldn't trust you with your best-looking cousin, let alone a T-ball team. But I digress.
Here's an example. I was talking to a girl.
Unlikely. Sorry, keep going.
And she said, I'm not really interested.
Oh, that makes more
sense.
sense.
And instead of just going, okay, and then just turning away, I did this. Why would you not be interested in me? I'm the best.
At what? Knots? I don't know what your name is, but for the sake of the video, we're just going to call you Silas.
And she's like, oh, how? I'm like, well, you'd have to come over to my house to find out.
Don't go. You already know how to put the lotion on the skin.
I just played into her little game.
Yeah, a woman's no is never won game of the year. Because it's not a game, you dork.
You want to know what I did with her later?
Wore her skin, I'd imagine. And there's no more seconds after that. That's how he decided to end the video. So that guy can get Have a good day. Goodbye.
In 1968, the New York Mets had wound up in 9th place, a record that would have been an embarrassment for some teams, but represented only the second time the Mets had soared so high. When the 1969 season opened, the odds against their winning the pennant were 100-1. And true to form, they dropped 7 of their first 10 games.
So the Mets are 1 out away from their impossible dream.
They won 38 of their last 49 games, take the Eastern Division title by 8 games.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 4-0 after 3 home runs in the top of the third inning. Charlie Morton goes back to work, fires a 4-seam fastball right past Nimmo for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 kicks in wheels, swung on, fouled straight back. It's 0-2. Nito batting .229 on the year with a .593 OPS. He does have a home run and an RBI. Usually if you have a home run, you have an RBI, right? The 0-2 pitch, swing, and swats it back foul. We'll do it again. So an 0-2 count. Morton lifts his glove and lets her go. Swung on, popped up, foul, deep down the right field line. Well out of play. Souvenir just short of the right field foul pole, probably about 8 rows in. Righty, the 0-2, swung on, lifted high and deep down the right field line again. If it's fair, it is just foul. That one had a little more carry to it, a little more wallop. Landed almost in the same place, but it got out there a lot faster. The 0-2 from Morton. Kicks and fires, and the curveball misses well outside the zone, 1-2. Braves, Mets, 4:10 tomorrow, and it should be a fun one. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Charlie Morton with his 6th strikeout of the night. Put those Uncle Charlie rockets up there on the screen. There's one away. Holy cow, 2 looking and 4 swinging. First pitch on the way to the top of the order is Nimmo. Outside wide for a ball, it's 1-0. Nimmo 0-for-1 with the strikeout. The 1-0. Curveball might have touched the side of the zone, but we're not going to get the call because it popped out of the glove of d'Arnaud. You're never going to get that call. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Fastball right there down the pipe. It's 2-1. The 2-1. Morton looks in. Starts his windup and drifts a off-speed pitch down below the knees. Ball 3-1. Looked like the cutter had more a little bit of a changeup action. Marte's on deck. The last thing you want to do is put someone on here, especially Nimmo. The 3-1. Swung on and fouled straight back into the mask of the home plate umpire. And shaking out those cobwebs. 3-2. I mean, if that's Angel Hernandez or CB Buckner or Jim Wolf, I'm all for that mask getting slapped around. Maybe it'll help him see the strike zone a little better. But so far, Lipka's been pretty good. He's been pretty good every time we've seen him. Every umpire is going to drive you crazy on a call or two, but if they're pretty consistent, you got to love it. Saw one the other night. I don't know if y'all caught it, but the last pitch in the White Sox game after a long rain delay by CB Buckner was absolutely ridiculous. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. They were in a long rain delay with the Cardinals. They come back, and the first pitch thrown after that really long rain delay was a pitch well outside the zone. And Buckner, as the 3-2 pitch, swung on, ricochets off of Charlie's foot. It's going to dribble towards the outfield. Ozzie Albies out there kicking it like a soccer ball. It's going to be an infield single. No chance for Ozzie to get the ball. He was just preventing it from going out in front of him, just kind of having some fun. Ball went off the bottom of the shoe of Charlie. He appears to be okay. But yeah, it was the first pitch after a long rain delay, and that pitch must have been 3-4 inches off the plate, and Buckner rang him up and walked off the field. Almost like that he was ticked off that they didn't call the game. First pitch on the way to Marte is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on, grounded over towards short. RC has got it. He'll flip it to Ozzie, and it's going to be a 6-4-3 inning-ending, rally-killing double play. We'll be back in a flash.
It is the year 2024, and printers still be like, hey, you just wanted this blank piece of paper back a little bit warmer, right? Okay, here you go. I'm just a big stupid paper microwave that's full of expensive ink for no reason.
Waylon had an old school bus that he'd painted black, all the windows and everything, with a paintbrush. And she kept dynamite back there in the back, just in case. I recall this one place that we went, it was like a barn. And it come time to get paid, and so we waited and waited, and Waylon's having a fit. Then all of a sudden, everybody started leaving, and everybody left. Wasn't nobody in the place. It was just empty. And Waylon said, you know, we waited long enough. So we get back in the bus, and we split and went right across the field. And we finally got to the pavement. All of a sudden, that whole ass end of that club blew up. I don't know how he'd made sure everybody was out or what. If there was a possum in there, I imagine he went flying.
We need to throw a big-ass party because I need to be amongst my friends. Let's call the crew. Let's round the boys up. Round the crew up! Let's have a kick-ass party! We got the diary! And the boys are back in town! Back in town! I have 2 numbers in my phone. Huh.
But Earl Weaver's Orioles, the best team in baseball that year, were waiting for them in Baltimore. Few gave New York much of a chance. As expected, the Mets lost the first game 4-1, but they came back to take the second behind the brilliant pitching of Jerry Koosman. And then the Orioles came to Shea Stadium, where the Mets and 56,000 of their fans were waiting for them. New York won the third game 5-0, thanks to the pitching of Gary Gentry and Nolan Ryan. In the fourth game, Tom Seaver outpitched Mike Cuellar. To everyone's amazement, the Mets now led the series 3-1. They needed just one more victory.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one 4-0 as we head to the top of 4. First pitch on the way from Quintana is a slow curveball on the outer edge to Adam Duvall. Called for a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 from Quintana. Fires and wheels it. Outside wide, 1-1. Another curveball. So a 1-1 from Quintana. He's 57 pitches into the inning. The 1-1 pitch, swung on, pops it up. High in the sky behind home plate. Nito chases it. It's going to bounce about 3 rows back behind home plate into the fairly empty stands. 1 and 2. You had a long rain delay. Not a long, an hour rain delay. The other factor is New York Knicks are playing a playoff game tonight. And though it's at home, on the road, a lot of Mets fans might have decided to stay in. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Misses outside wide. Change up 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Duvall calls for time, steps back in the box. The 2-2 pitch swung on, fisted over towards shortstop. Lindor's got it, and he fires it over to first. He took his time, and Duvall's going to beat it out. It's an infield single for your Atlanta Braves. Start the inning. I was looking at it, couldn't understand why Lindor was taking so long to look to go get it. Kind of died in the ground. It was a slow developing grounder, and Duvall busting it down the line. He beat it by about a half step. Lindor wanted a challenge, but there'd be a foolish challenge at that. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris, the second, who now stands in 0-for-1, is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 4, Mets nothing. Top of the 4th inning. Kind of a nonchalant defensive play by Lindor. He'll end up with the infield single, but that really is a mental error. The 1-0. Bang foul down the first base line. 1-1. So you can't give an error for someone who's taken their sweet time to deliver the ball. So it will be an infield single, but anyone sitting there at the stadium wearing a Mets jersey is fuming. The 1-1 chopped on the ground. Alonso's got it, fires it over to Lindor, and he drops the ball. And your Atlanta Braves, that will be an error. E6. Alonso, take another look at this. It was a good throw. Handcuffed him a little bit, but that at least make the catch. too quickly to get him to turn that. I don't think he was going to get Harris, so he should have just took the easy out and ate the ball because Harris can fly, and the pitcher would have never been able to set up in time anyways. So runners on first and second, nobody out. And Travis d'Arnaud, the Mets killer, who's 1 for 1, stands to the plate. d'Arnaud takes a first swing, pitch up top, swing and a miss upstairs. Strike one. The 0-1 to d'Arnaud. Quintana flips it up there in the dirt. About a 55-footer. 1-1. Ramirez, the right-hander, is warming up in the Mets bullpen already. Tomorrow's game, Max Fried versus the youngster Christian Scott. Very highly touted. Rookie prospect for the Mets. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and fouled down the line. Well out of play down the right field side. It's 1-2. He went 7 innings, 1 earned run versus the Tampa Bay Rays in his debut last Saturday. Anxious to watch him pitch. And we are expecting good weather tomorrow, so we should be okay on that front. The 1-2 to d'Arnaud. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Quintana, his 67th pitch of the night. Upstairs, misses. Ball 2, 2-2. White Sox lead Cleveland 3-0 heading to the bottom of the 6th. I believe Garrett Crochet was pitching tonight. I think it was him versus Carrasco. The 2-2, down and in, ball 3, 3-2. So a full count now to d'Arnaud. Standing on deck is the Magic Kingdom, Orlando Arcia. Time is called by Quintana and Nito. A new pit, a new ball. Runners on first and second. No outs. The pitch to d'Arnaud. Swung on, chopped on the ground to third. It's going to be a 5, 4, 3, double play. On the play, Duvall goes from second to third, but now there's 2 outs. So you're going to need another one of those errors. Wild pitch or good old-fashioned base hit to get Duvall home now. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Orlando digs in. He's 0 for 1. The first pitch just outside for a ball. Another curve. Although he's been trying to hit that outside curve, not being able to hit his spot. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Quintana brings it. Swing and fouls it straight back into the crowd behind home plate. 1-1. 90-mile-an-hour four-seamer just kind of ate him up, got right in his kitchen. 1-1. Kind of fortunate that it just went out of play. That's usually a pop-up. So the 1-1 to Orlando. Duvall stands on third. He comes set. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 89 miles an hour. Up high and outside wide. We'll do it again. Four nothing your score. Top of the 4th. Quintana now at 72 pitches on the night. The infield back and to the left. The 1-2 outside wide. Try to get that changeup again. Ball 2, 2-2. The evens up the count. You know he does not want to walk Arcia with Acuna standing on deck. The 2-2. Swing. Pops it up. High in the sky. Out of play. We'll do it again. Deuces wild here in the top of the fourth. A 2-2 count with 2 outs. I guess fours are wild too. Top of the fourth and up 4-0. The 75th pitch of the night. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Braves 4, Mets nothing. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Charlie will go back to work.
Can someone please tell me at what age do men start scream sneezing?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. 1278. Wait, what happened? 1278. I ain't even ordered yet, big bro. 1278. Pull to the window. Well, let me get a double Western bacon cheese. Yes. A double Western bacon cheeseburger, extra barbecue sauce with 3 tenders, 2 ranch, and 2 barbecue sauces. Why'd you plan Trout, Demetrius, Jefferson? Well, damn, baby. How you know it's me? You only come to my drive-thru setting. You're at 2:55 p.m. And I can smell that cheap-ass roast cologne. Hey, you good, baby. You need a raise. But, yeah, let me get that, chocolate shake. Yeah, let me get a chocolate shake. You know one of the chocolate shakes since you know everything? Yeah, let me add a chocolate shake. This window, stop playing with me. I just clocked in. And you lactose intolerant. 1278, pull up to this window. Hey, you good. You good, baby.
On the outside, with the tattoos and the piercings and wearing mostly black, I look like a badass. But on the inside, I'm having a panic attack in the Trader Joe's because there's too many people in one aisle.
Despite growing professionalism, the pure game survived in thousands of small towns all across the country. Sam Crawford, who would one day become one of the best outfielders in the game, first played on a traveling town team from Wahoo, Nebraska.
I remember when I made my first baseball trip, a bunch of us from around Wahoo made a trip overland in a wagon drawn by a team of horses. I think there were 11 or 12 of us. One of the boys was a cornet player, and when we'd come to a town, he'd whip out that cornet and sound off. People would all come out to see what was going on, and we'd announce that we were the Wahoo team and were ready for the ball game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton to Francisco Lindor. Had a bit of a rough defensive inning. Tries to drop a bunt down to get on, but he rolls foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Braves infield back. Third baseman Riley kind of halfway. The 0-1 from Morton. Swing and a miss. Down and in. Curveball missing the zone by a few inches. He went chasing. It's 0-2. The 0-2 from Charlie. Lifts his glove, rocks and fires. Down and in 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Ball rolls away after missing the zone by several inches. The pitch on the way from Charlie as he lifts his glove, lets her go. Swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it with ease. 4-3 put out. Lollipop throw over there to Olsen beats Lindor by a few steps as Ozzy has a smile at Lindor. One away. I see now why when Ozzy let go of the ball, Lindor was just kind of gently jogging. He saw how soft Ozzy threw the ball, and Lindor took off running, but he was still up by a few steps. That'll bring Alonso to the plate. Alonso takes the first pitch down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 4, Mets nothing. The 1-0. 62nd pitch of the night. Swung on, popped up high. It's kind of in no man's land in right center field. Drifting back and flipping out his red glove and making the catch is Ozzy Albies. Holy cow. He was backpedaling, twisting in the wind, calling everybody off, and caught at the last second. Acuna and him almost ran into each other, 2 away. That was almost a disaster. So 2 down, and JT Martinez, the batter. Martinez 0 for 1. He'll take the first pitch from Charlie. Down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. It's really odd. I don't know if, for those of y'all watching on the Braves broadcast, does Charlie look like he's on a green screen? He's got a really odd, like, glow around him. The 1-0. Right there for a strike, changeup. 1-1. I'm not seeing the same thing on the Mets feed, just on the Braves feed. It's really odd. It's been going on for several pitches. So a 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. Over the top, it's 1-2. The 1-2 from Charlie. That ball is swung on, roasted over to the right side. Diving play by Ozzie Albies. Gets the ricochet, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. Great defensive inning by Ozzie Albies. Man, putting on a show.
You must have someone in your family that's a lawyer. Why, because I'm Jewish? It's like me saying, hey, you're Indian. Doesn't your cousin work in a call center? My cousin does work in a call center. And my cousin's a lawyer.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Where's my tickets to the Sonics game? They were here just a second ago. Somebody stole my tickets to the Sonics game! This stinks! This is total BS! This is... Oh, got it. Got it. Hey, where the hell's my Lasorda tape? This is total...
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Hey, man. Mike's studying. I don't want to bother him.
Yeah, well, you get back in there and finish, man. But see, in this house, people study when they're supposed to.
Good thing I'm not a member of this house.
Well, you heard of the extended family? Well, this weekend you part of one, which gives me the right to extend this belt to your behind if I feel like...
Every little town out there on the prairie had its own ball team and ball grounds, and we challenged them all. It wasn't easy to win those games. Each of those towns had its own umpire, so you really had to go some to win. We were gone 3 or 4 weeks. We'd take up a collection at the games, pass the hat, you know, and that paid our expenses, or some of them anyway. One of the boys was the cook, but all he could cook was round steak. We'd drive along the country roads, and if we came to a stream, we'd go swimming. Came to an apple orchard, we'd fill up on apples. If we were near some fairgrounds, we'd slip in there. If we were near a barn, well, Sam Crawford, Wahoo, Nebraska.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves are going to have to win here to keep pace. They're not getting any help from Miami, and why would they? First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. It's right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Acuna hit a home run earlier on, 1 for 2. The 0-1 swung on, hit into right center field, drifting over, making the catch, a running catch. Starling Marte, 1 down. Philly leads Miami 7-0 in the 8th. Ranger Suarez was on the mound versus Trevor Rogers. Suarez is off to one heck of a start. He had an ERA, I think it was 1.72 going into tonight's game. He's obviously dealing. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. 1 for 2 with the solo shot. The first pitch on the way. Swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. If you're just joining us, solo home runs by Ozzie Albies. Well, it was Acuna, then Albies, then a walk to Riley and a 2-run shot by Olsen. The 0-1 down and away, 1-1. All 4 of those plays, all 4 runs, came with 2 outs in the inning. The 1-1 to Ozzie is Quintana trying to eat some innings here for the Mets. Fires the 1-1 pitch, changeup down and away. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Quintana sets back and fires. Swing and a miss on the outer edge, 2-2. Sinker on the outer cut. Phillies, we all know they've played a soft schedule, but they have been red hot. The 2-2 pitch swung on the ground, slow roller. McNeil's going to have to hurry. Ozzie busting it down the line. They just get him by maybe a half step. Be interesting on the replay. Ooh, I don't know. That's close. That's really close. They're checking right now if they're going to. Ooh, that is close. I think that's tie go to the runner type territory. Whether or not there's enough to overturn it is another thing. But it looks like his foot hits the bat. Yeah, he's safe. There's a better angle on the New York broadcast. They're not going to challenge it, but the first pitch on the way to Austin Riley, as we go back to the action, is swung on and swatted into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. So they didn't show the play the same angle as they did on the Braves side as they did on the Mets side. There's a definitive angle behind the play that shows Ozzie's foot hitting the bag and then the ball smacking the back of Alonso. So what should be first and second, 1 out, it's runner on first, 2 down, and the first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is a slurve, top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. If you're a Braves fan, you're just hoping that you don't come back, that doesn't come back to haunt you. The 0-1 to Olson. Swung on, pops it up. Can of corn drifting back is Lindor, calling everybody off, shallow center field. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten, but can't get it across. We head to bottom of 5. McNeil, Bader, and Beatty coming to the dish.
If y'all see me walking barefoot in downtown Nashville, mind your business.
First time I was on tour, I was about 20 years old. I was with Buddy Holly. With Buddy Holly? Yeah, and in fact, that's the farthest I'd ever been away from home. It was in New York City, and they saw me coming really well. I went to this restaurant there, and this woman come up and she said, what can I do for you? And I really, bologna and cheese, and beef is just about it with me. I didn't know nothing about corned beef and all that stuff, and it was delicatessen, so I ordered a sandwich. And she brought it to me, and I didn't like it at all, so I just took one bite, and I was sitting back, didn't want to make no noise or waves. She come over and said, okay, I'll charge you for just half a sandwich and give you another one. Well, what'll it be? They still didn't have no bologna, I ordered another one, and I didn't like it either, so I put it in my pocket. You put it in your pocket? In my pocket. I didn't want to make her mad, man.
But the next day, the Orioles took an early 3-0 lead. Then, in the bottom of the 6th inning, Cleon Jones of the Mets alleged he had been hit in the foot by pitcher Dave McNally. The umpire hadn't seen it. Hodges called for the ball and pointed to a minute speck of shoe polish. Jones went to first.
And here comes Earl Weaver. You could bet on that.
Next up was Don Clendenin.
Deep left field to the warning track.
His home run into the left field stands scored Jones and brought the Mets to within 1 run.
McNally ahead 0-1.
In the 7th, Al Weiss, normally an easy out, somehow managed to hit a home run to tie up the game.
This game has 3 runs apiece.
In the bottom of the 8th, 2 Met doubles and 2 costly Baltimore errors put New York ahead for good.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Please hit that like and subscribe button. We're here for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. The 0-1 swung on, chopped over towards first. It's going to roll into the glove of Olsen. He'll step on the bag. One away. So one down. Charlie Morton at 68 pitches on the night. That'll bring Harrison Bader to the plate. Bader takes the first pitch inside for a strike. They called it a cutter. I'm pretty sure that was his changeup. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Charlie. Curveball misses down below the knees. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. Swung on, hit high into left center field on the run. Making the catch is Adam Duvall. 2 away. He had to get on his horse and go. Man, oh man alive, was that a long way to go. Duvall had him played to pull. That ball was hit pretty close to right in the middle of left center. Meanwhile, Harris was playing center, shaded a little bit towards right. If he didn't get so much air underneath it, that would have been extra bases. First pitch on the way to Brett Beatty, third baseman, who's 0 for 1 with the strikeout. Takes a swing at the first pitch. Curveball down and in. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Charlie. Swing and a miss. Fastball up top. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Charlie Morton having himself a night so far. Winds and deals in the dirt, backhanded by Darnode. We'll do it again, 1-2. Beatty batting .254 with a .671 OPS. Righty, lefty. The 1-2 from Morton. Caught, looking, strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. Change up on the outer edge, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. The 5, 6, 7 holes coming up to the plate.
You know the girl's a red flag when she's damn near 30 messing with 18-year-olds. This girl's done been passed around so much to hell moving to a new city. That John moved to a new generation. I bet it's hard messing around with someone from a different generation like that. You know, every generation's got different sayings and slangs, you know. It's like learning a new language all over again. He'll cook supper for them, you know, and they'll come over, they'll eat, and they'll say shit like, man, you put your foot in this. Then you got to go excuse yourself to go to the bathroom, Google what that means, just to learn that it means that the food was good and not that person has a foot fetish. So you got to worry about lotioning up your feet and everything. I know you got them tile floors in there. They're like figure skating. At that rate, your best bet is to start an OnlyFans and go by the name of Tanya Harding. And
y'all, in my house, we don't like to throw away perfectly good food, so we put the leftovers in the Tupperware, put the Tupperware in the fridge, let it go bad, then we throw it out.
If anything were ever to happen to me, I would want you to get remarried.
Okay.
I was a little fast.
Oh, I just want to make you happy.
Okay. Any idea of who you would
Vicky
marry?
Conroy, probably. She works in my office. She's very organized. The kids love her.
Are you guys talking about Vicky?
Yeah.
Mom, she's awesome.
Just so you know, if something were to happen to me,
That's always going to happen to you, all right.
2-1 pitch. Fly ball. Deep left field. Jones is back to the fence. World Series is over. Jones makes the catch.
The Miracle Mets had won the World Series. 4 games to 1.
After the game, after I'd left all the champagne, I would go to losing locker rooms too, and I went into Earl's office, and he was drinking a beer. It was very quiet, and somebody had said said to him, "Didn't you think when you were ahead in the 7th inning you could keep that lead and then take the games back to Baltimore and probably beat the Mets there?" And he looked at him and he said, "That's what you can't do in baseball." He said, "You can't run a few plays into the line and kill the clock." He said, "This is why this is the greatest game of them all. You've got to give the other man his chance at bat. This is why this is the greatest game of them all."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Charlie Morton is at 75 pitches. Quintana is leaving the game. He was at 85. So you got a pitching change here for the New York Mets. Be Ramirez, Yohan Ramirez coming in. First pitch on the way from Ramirez is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Sweeper diving away. It's 0-2. Ramirez, 8.74 ERA in 11 innings so far. 29-year-old out of the Dominican. The 0-2. Sweeper misses outside. 1-2. Ramirez started with the Seattle Mariners back in 2020. The 1-2 pitch to Ozuna. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another sweeper. His sweeper really falls off. Has more like diving slider action if you're listening on radio. So 2 down. Or 1 down, excuse me. Oh, they're going to say that he got a piece of that to stay alive. Ozuna had started to walk back to the dugout. So a 2-2 count as the 2-2 misses outside. Ball 3, 3-2. It's going off the Braves site is always wrong on the road. It's ridiculous. Pitch on the way, fouled off inside. We'll do it again. Standing on deck behind Ozuna is Duvall. Then you've got Michael Harris. The pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. Braves 4, Mets nothing. Someone break up the White Sox. They're leading Cleveland 5-1. You know who signed with them late in the spring and just came up a few weeks ago and has been hitting out of his mind is that Tommy Pham. The 2-2. Caught looking, strike 3. Sinker, 94 miles an hour down the pipe to Ozuna. Just couldn't pull the trigger. 1 away. So 1 down. That'll bring Duvall to the plate. Duvall takes the first pitch outside, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. 1-0, excuse me. The 1-0. Righty. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped foul down the third base line, evens up the count 1-1. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick. Baltimore leads Arizona. I believe that's a final. They're in the top of the 9th. It looks like they just recorded the last out. 4-2, Baltimore the winner. The 1-1 swung on, chopped over towards short. Lindor's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout, 2 down. Cubs lead Pittsburgh 5-2 in the 7th inning. Nats all over the Red Sox 5-1 in the 9th in Boston. Philly 8-0 over Miami. They're heading to the 9th. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris. The second is a sinker down below the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Yankees 2-0 winners in Tampa Bay tonight. The 0-1. Swing and a miss strike. Sweeper down below the knees. 0-2. Twins beat Toronto 3-2. Have y'all seen Toronto's home field this year? Like, seen a game on TV at their home field? Is the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. They're going to say that it's a foul tip, but it is a strikeout. That'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. I'll tell you what I saw today during the rain delay, that Toronto game. It's pretty wild.
If your wife asks if y'all can have someone come and clean the house once per week, tell her you know the perfect person, then call her cell phone. After she backtalks, tell her you're going to speak to her manager, and then text yourself.
What's up, Braves country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love y'all.
How to pronounce this word, but PepsiCo just officially recalled their sugar-free Shua PPs.
Nobody correct him. Let's all instead Shua PPs ginger ale from now on.
During the 1970s and 80s, the war in Vietnam came to an end, and an American president was driven from office in disgrace. The Berlin Wall came down, and the Cold War ended. Democratic ideals flourished, but a new wave of fundamentalism ignited ancient animosities around the world. Casey Stengel and Satchel Paige died. By 1970, the national pastime was in trouble. Attendance had not increased for more than 2 decades. Now, the owner's grip on the destinies of the players was finally broken. And as their prospects improved, fans returned to the game. But old loyalties were sometimes forgotten. Now, what happened off the field, greed, scandal, strikes, seemed to overshadow the action on it. And now, as television demanded that most games be played at night, a whole generation of young fans would come of age without ever seeing a World Series game.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton will go back to work, holding a 4-0 lead here in the bottom of the 6th. The first pitch on the way from Charlie is swung on and chopped foul by Nito down the third base line. It's 0-1. I've done well tonight with them hitting back-to-back. Thomas Nito and Brandon Nimmo. I usually tongue-tie those. First pitch, the 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back. Couldn't quite catch up with that one up top. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Charlie entering the inning at 75 pitches. So he's at 77 now, 6 strikeouts. The 0-2 pitch swung on and just drags that foul down past Riley, hitting up against the tarps. Game 1 of a 3-game set. Tomorrow's game, 4:10 first pitch. We'll have it for you right here, and our normal pregame show will come on about 3:40. The 1-2, down and away, 2-2. Pregame shows here on Braves Country Radio. We aim for 30 minutes before first pitch to come on to get everything in and then get you the lineups. The 1-2 pitch swung on, chopped foul. No, it's going to stay fair, and Riley's got it. He zips it over to third, and it's a 5-3 putout. One away. Looked like it was going to go foul. Third base umpire DJ Rayburn gave the fair call. And it was definitely fair. So one down. Top of the order comes back up, and this will be Brandon Nimmo. Cutter misses outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Misses outside. Cutter again. Ball 2, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way from Charlie. Curveball right there at the kneecaps. Teardrop, 2-1. The Toronto game. I'm watching the Toronto-Minnesota game during the rain delay because there was a few games in delay, so decided to go ahead and check in on that as we waited for the game to start tonight. Is the 2-1 down and in 2-2. They have expanded the seats behind home plate. So if you're watching the Mets game right now and you can see the NYs behind, you can see it much better because there's very few fans back behind home plate tonight because of the weather. The 2-2. Caught, looking strike 3. Sinker up top. Nimmo frozen. 2 down. Good pitch by Charlie. Just caught him by surprise. And Uncle Charlie dealing. His 7th strikeout of the night. That'll bring Marte to the plate. Marte takes the first pitch, cutter at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. So if you see the Mets seating, where they're not on top of each other, but they're pretty close. The Toronto seating is unbelievable. So if you would call that coach seating behind the plate at the Mets game, which is pretty much what the Braves have as well, it is first class at the Toronto game. The 1-1, down and away, 2-1. So in those little rows, you're talking about you're cramming in around 30 apiece over there. So if there were enough people sitting there, we could probably see close to 50 people behind home plate right now at the Mets game. The 2-1, foul back out of play, 2-2. I counted it with the Toronto game. There was 26 people that you could see behind home plate. I mean, it is spacious. It's about the size of a recliner. The 2-2, swing and pops it up high and deep into right field. Not quite deep enough. Drifting over, making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr., and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the top of the 7th. Darno, Arcia, and Acuna coming up.
People will say, I have a Facebook, but I don't really know why because I don't ever get on it. Well, I get on mine all the time. You won't know why because there's always something going on. There was this girl, okay? She was working in one of them little Herbalife tea shops, just minding her own business in there, and this creepazoid comes in. And he was clearly batting out of his league, y'all. It just wasn't going to happen. She asked him, she's like, look, can I help you? I don't know. Can you? What do you drink? I'll have whatever you like. And it was like the most uncomfortable, awkward conversation ever. He decides to take it upon himself to show her a photo of his little pee-pee, y'all. It seems Limp Bizkit here calling someone into marrying him after this whole incident. Did she find out about it? Yes, she did. His response was, I was just trying to enjoy my last few days of freedom.
Okay, I want you guys to tell me what you think this means. So I just passed a strip club, and their billboard sign said 50 beautiful ladies, 50, half of 100, 50 beautiful ladies. And under it said 99 beautiful legs. Does that mean one of the girls only has one leg?
Still, the family of baseball continued to grow. Larry McPhail's grandson Andy ran a team. Yogi Berra's son Dale played for a while. And one evening in California, back-to-back home runs were hit by Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. In Hoboken, New Jersey, the factory Maxwell House had built on the Elysian Fields, where baseball began, closed down. And that same year, the Baltimore Orioles opened a brand new, old-style ballpark on the site of the saloon once owned by the father of Babe Ruth. Everything had changed, and nothing much had changed.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one 4-0. We head to the top of the seventh. We go. Ramirez will go back out there on the mound. 14 pitches into the night. I think we hit all the earlier scores. There are some late games that have started up. His first pitch on the way to Darnold is, they're going to call that for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Milwaukee 7-0 over St. Louis in the sixth. The 0-1, swing and a miss, strike over the top, 0-2. Texas and Colorado are scoreless in Coors Field in the fifth. Who had that on their bingo card? The 0-2 pitch, outside wide, 1-2. Dodgers and Padres just got underway, or about to get underway. They're in the top of the first. Cincinnati and San Francisco, that game is not until 10:15 tonight. San Francisco has the weirdest times at their starts. The 1-2. Caught looking, strike three. Looked like the sinker right there at the knees. Darnold could not pull the trigger, one down. So one away. You'd like to get a run or two more to give some breathing room to the bullpen. Pitch on the way to Arcia to start the at-bat is a sweeper down and away. Off the plate wide, it's 1-0. When I see San Francisco start times, they are anywhere between 9:40 and 10:15 local time. The 1-0. Inside high, 2-0. I'm sure there's a method in their madness, but I don't know how their fans keep that straight. I mean, you know, as a Braves fan, for years it's been 7:20 first pitch at home, and that never changes. Although I do think they should start it a little earlier. They have not. The 2-0, right there at the top of the zone, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Arcia. Braves lead at 4-0. The pitch on the way, swung on, chopped. Baltimore chopper over towards short. Lindor has got to hurry, flips it over to first, and just going to get Arcia by about a step, two down. That's Ozzie or Acuna or maybe even Duvall. That's going to be an infield single. He had a little more time to go. So two down, and Ronald Acuna Jr. will stand at the plate. Remember, he started that two-out rally in the fourth where they scored 4 runs off of 3 home runs. He got it going with a solo shot. Takes the first pitch outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on, chopped foul. Inside, 0-2. Ramirez, 24 pitches. If he continues to pitch well, the Mets probably want him to eat as many innings as he can. If y'all missed the news earlier, we didn't get a chance to do a normal pregame show. The 0-2 pitch swung on, line drive to Francisco Lindor, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down after the 7th inning stretch. We'll talk about the trade that the Braves made when we come back.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, your Atlanta Braves. We'll head back to work. Charlie Morton will go back out there for the bottom of the 7th inning, middle of the order, heart of the order due up for the Metropolitans. First pitch on the way to Lindor is swatted high and deep, and that ball is gone. Good night, Irene. He hit that into the upper deck here at Citi Field. It's 4-1. Good Lord. They say 391. There's no way that was only 391. And Charlie Morton gives up the first run of the game, a solo blast. He sets back up to pitch to Pete Alonso, and he looks like something happened with his footing and came off the mound, held onto the ball, so it's going to be an automatic ball because he did not release it. You know, used to that wouldn't have been a thing, but nowadays. So the 1-0 pitch to Alonso is a cutter right down the pipe. 1-1. Charlie Morton is still banging his cleats. Trying to get the mud off, I think. The 1-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to Ozzie. Ozzie's got it, flips over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. One away. Morton is still kicking the dirt off his cleats underneath. He can use a timeout to get his cleats right if need be. First pitch on the way to JT Martinez is a curveball down below the knees for a strike. It's misses. It's 1-0. I think I said strike. I meant ball. The 1-0. Righty pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball's hit high into left field, but it's a dying quail into the glove of Adam Duvall. 2 down. Got it off the end of the bat out in front of it. So 2 down. That'll bring Jeff McNeil to the plate. He's 0 for 1. He does have a walk. Righty-lefty matchup. Standing on deck is Bader. First pitch on the way. Cutter down and in. Showed bunt, but pulled it back. It's 1-0. Braves 4, Mets 1. I can't get over them calling that home run 391 feet. There's just no way. That ball was absolutely scorched. It was a towering shot. The 1-0. Swing and a miss over the top. Changeup off the edge. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. It was in the upper deck of the stadium. And there's the 1-1. Curveball down and in. Ball 2, 2-1. In the area that he hit it, in the gap, that's 360 right there. So there's no way that was only 391. The 2-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzie's got it. He waits for Olsen to hit the bag, flips it to him, and it's a 4-3 putout to end the inning. So 1 run across, but Charlie settled it down. We got the heart of the order coming up. Let's get some run, some insurance, Braves country.
This is the career of Whitey Herzog. Doral Norman Elvert Herzog was given the nickname Whitey due to his light blonde hair. After spending time between the Senators, the Athletics, the Orioles, and the Tigers over his 8-year playing career, he decided to call it quits. His first stop after hanging up his cleats would be with the Athletics, where he worked as a scout and a coach. His first managerial job would be with the Texas Rangers, but it would be short-lived as he was fired that same year after the team went 47 and 91. He then moved on to the Angels, who hired him as their third base coach in 1974. His big break would come when he took over as the manager of the Kansas City Royals in 1975. He led the Royals to 3 straight American League West division titles from 1976 to 1978. The last stop on his managerial tour would be with the Cardinals, where he spent 11 seasons. He would lead them to a World Series win in 1982 and 2 other appearances in 1985 and 1987. In total, he led 6 division winners, 3 pennant winners, and 1 World Series win. His extensive baseball background would lead him to becoming a general manager with both the Cardinals and the Angels. He is known for his style of play nicknamed Whitey Ball, which concentrates on pitching, speed, and defense to win games rather than home runs. He was inducted in the Baseball Hall of Fame by the Veterans Committee in 2010. To close it out, I will share a quote by Whitey himself. "Baseball has been good to me since I quit trying to play."
One of those forms of gentle poetry that runs through our lives and makes the more important issues of living bearable. You have to have moments that give you pleasure with your children or your hobbies or your games. And life can't all be big issues and heart surgery. You need something to give up. Something has to bring joy into the day. I've always thought that the 6 months during the baseball season, there was something in the day that wasn't there the other 6 months in winter. It was not that you had to listen to the game, but that you could if you needed it.
Swing and a miss, and he took a mighty cut. Quite a touching sight. Everyone standing at Fenway Park as Ted Williams hit probably for the last time in a Boston uniform in this ballpark. Alarcik back to the wall. There's a drive to deep right center. This may be gone. Brad way back there watching. Home run, Ted Williams.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Good news is, after a 55-minute rain delay, we've got a fast-moving game. The bad news is the Braves' bats have been quiet, relatively quiet, since that 4-run barrage where the Braves got all of their runs back in the 3rd inning. Had a few runners on here and there, but nothing really to speak of as far as a... There's a really weird hug going on between Charlie and Arcia. I don't know what that is, but I wish they would change the camera off of that. Arcia is laughing as he does it, but it is weird. Ozuna is busting out laughing. As we figured, that's the end of it for Charlie Morton. He was up around 100 pitches. So a little bit of a delay here to start the inning. Adrian Hauser is going to come on. Now, he was a starter for the Mets before, as the first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is up high for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on and fouled back out of play. One and one. Hauser, the 1-1 pitch. Curveball misses high and out of the zone. 2-1. Adrian Hauser went to the bullpen when the kid that's pitching tomorrow night, Christian Scott, came into the rotation as the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back. It's 2-2. Hauser, 31-year-old. Now, you'll remember him from the Milwaukee Brewers. He pitched for Milwaukee since 2015 in their starting rotation. Came over to the Mets as a free agent last year. The 2-2. Swung on, fouled back, sinker. We'll do it again at 2-2. He's got a career 4.21 ERA and has been a solid number 4, number 5 pitcher, Major League Baseball. But the Mets wanted to give Christian Scott a chance. The 2-2, down and in. Changeup misses. They checked down the line, but there's no way Ozzie went around on that. But he has a lot of experience in the bullpen as well. Brewers used him in both slots. The 3-2, inside ball 4, and Ozzie Albies skip on down to first. 1 on, nobody out. Austin Riley, Matt Olson due up. Anything gets going. The big zoo, Marcell Ozuna in the hole. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Riley, who's 1 for 2. The sinker at the knees. Call for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Hauser comes set. They set up outside. The pitch misses outside. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-1. Braves 4, Mets 1. Still in the 8th inning, so a ways to go. You'd love to get an insurance run or two. The 1-1 lets her go. Swing! And that ball's hammered foul down the right field side. It's 1-2. So 1-2 count. You'll see a sinker, a slider, a four-seamer, a change, and a curve from Hauser as he turns around and flips over to first to keep Ozzie close by. He heavily leans on that sinker. Then he's pretty even between the slider, four-seam, and changeup. Uses that curve every once in a while just to keep you honest. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, chopped over towards third. It's going to be a 5-4. They will not get the double play. Riley busted it down the line, and your Braves will keep it rolling here. One on, one out. Matt Olson coming to play, who's already hit a home run. Slow developing double play. Beatty had to wait for it. He would have got caught in the in-between hop. First pitch on the way to Olson. He's outside wide for a ball, 1-0. Well outside. That slider almost hit the backstop. For you NBA fans, the Pacers held on to beat the Knicks 111-106 in the Eastern Conference semifinals. That series is now 2-1. New York. The 1-0 outside wide, ball 2-1. 2-0, excuse me. Nuggets and Timberwolves are just getting underway. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way to Olson. Swung on, pops it up. And that ball looks like it's going to stay. Oh, my word. In play, an unbelievable grab by Beatty. He goes over the tarps, making the catch. A la Derek Jeter in the playoffs. If you know, you know. He comes up firing it to second. Riley tagged up, and he'll be safe at second base in scoring position. Unbelievable catch by Beatty, but great heads-up base running by Riley. Holy cow. Putting his life on the line in a rain delay 4-1 game here in the early May. You got to respect that. His neck hit that side. First pitch on the way to Ozuna, swung on and hit hard into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. They hold up Riley. It was a bad throw. Riley would have scored. He absolutely would have scored. They screwed up the relay. No way for Tui to know that, though. Ball. He had just turned third when the ball was coming out of the arm out of Nemo. But there's just no way for Tui to anticipate that. Kind of skipped under the glove of one of the infielders. So runners on the corners, 2 outs. Although we know Ron Washington, he's doing the windmill. He's going no matter what. On something like that, I almost want him to send him because it's going to take a perfect pitch. A perfect throw from the outfield with 2 outs. But anyways, the first pitch on the way to Duvall is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Under 2 outs, yeah, I say keep him. But with 2 outs, I say go. The 1-0, come back to the mound. That's going to kill the inning, kill the rally. Braves threaten. 1-3 is your put out. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the order, due up for the Mets.
Oh, I'm Dean Martin. I'm trying to renew my license.
You mind if I call you Dino? You know, I watch your show on and off.
You do?
Sure, every time it's on, I turn it on.
Go ahead, ask me a few questions.
Just look, do you drink when you drive?
Of course not.
Then I guess you don't drive very much. Do you need glasses?
Only when I drink.
You snitch on your coworkers for $1,000 a week?
Sherelle had Keisha clock her in 3 times early this week, and she wasn't even here because her baby daddy moved further out. Jerome be doing donuts on the forklift in the warehouse, and he never changed out the propane tanks. And Cindy and HR be doing powder.
What was the coolest rule that your parents gave you growing up?
My parents had this real cool rule. So basically, if I went to school and I got good grades, I stayed out of trouble, did my chores at home, didn't talk back. I mean, not that I would want to, because the last time I did, I got my head knocked between the washer and dryer and I had a hard time getting it out. But either way, do good in school, do good at home. They would give me an allowance. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. They allowed me to stay in the house.
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Bro, I'm risking my life. It's not worth it. It's not.
You are so going to end up in porno.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States. And players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Lean. Whalers, frozen in at Herschel Island above the Arctic Circle, played too, naming their teams the Hoodlums, Walruses, and Blubbers.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. 7 innings, 7 strikeouts, 3 hits, 1 run given up. It's a line from Charlie Morton. He'll turn it over to the bullpen. A.J. Minter comes into the game. The left-hander set to face the bottom of the order. Harrison Bader comes to the plate, takes a swing and a miss. Hackett, the 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Top of the zone on the outer edge, it's 0-1. A.J. Minter, he'll throw a sinker, a slider, a four-seamer. Pitch on the way. Cutter right there for a strike. It's 0-2. Four-seamer and the cutter are the ones that he leans on the most. He'll throw the others just to keep you honest. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, dragged foul down the line. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. In a perfect world, you send him out there for these 3, and then you got eyeglasses for the top of the order that would be due up in the 9th. Still like to get that extra run or two. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Yeah, Phillies put the Marlins away. I mean, to keep pace with the Marlins this weekend, you're probably going to have to sweep the Mets. Because I don't know if the way Miami's playing, the way Philly's playing, I don't know if that series is going to be close at all. The 1-2 pitch, change up, swing and a miss, strike 3. He pulled the string on that one away. What was the comment a second ago? John says he misses Ron Washington so much. Don't worry, he's going to be a free agent soon. If you've seen how the Los Angeles Angels have been playing, they are terrible. And I heard someone on as Taylor comes to the plate, new batter here, Tyrone Taylor takes the first strike outside. Start off the at bat, it's 0-1. Tyrone Taylor, he hit one against Atlanta in the series. We saw the Mets in Atlanta early in the year, the 0-1. Cutter down and in. Did he go around? Looked like he did, but I will tell you what, James Hoy is not given a strike on a check swing all night long down the first base line. So an 0-1 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped foul down the line. It's 1-2. Braves 4, Mets 1, bottom 8. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the changeup diving away underneath the knees on the outer edge. 2 down. So 2 down. Taylor, by the way, came in for Beatty. This will bring Nito, the hind catcher, up to the plate. Nito takes a swing at the first pitch, changeup down and away, fouls it over the first base side. It's 0-1. You've got Nimmo, Marte, and Lindor due up. If this were a playoff game and not a game in early May, is the 0-1. Swing and a miss up top. It's 0-2. You would leave Minter in to start the 9th if you get past Nito here, just to face the left-handed bat of Nimmo, and then go to Eyeglasses. The 0-2. Up high and out of the zone, 1-2. You rarely see Snicker do that in the regular season. So a 1-2 for Minter. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 4-seam fastball right in his kitchen. That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. A clean, perfect inning by AJ. Will be back.
Smoking, that's another one. Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? He is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zip-boo, bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. That thing looked like it was curving foul. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Today we are talking about one of the worst offensive teams ever to win a World Series, the 1906 Chicago White Sox. The team owned the league's worst batting average and only hit 7 home runs the entire season. Only 3 of their everyday starters had a batting average over 250. Out of the 7 home runs they hit that season, Billy Sullivan and Fielder Jones accounted for more than half of them with 2 apiece. During a 3-week stretch in August, they went 19-0, while the other 3 teams ahead of them had a losing record during that same stretch. No one in the press dared pick the White Sox to beat the Cubs. Through the first 4 games of the World Series, the White Sox had 6 runs, 11 hits, and an embarrassing 0.97 batting average. Despite this, the series was still tied at 2. Game 5 would turn the series when the White Sox took advantage of an overflow crowd. Back then, when balls hopped over the roped-off crowd, they were considered doubles. The White Sox had 8 doubles in the game and won 8-6. In the last 2 games of the series, the White Sox would finally break through offensively with 16 runs and close out the biggest upset in World Series history.
Baseball is the very symbol, the outward and visible expression of the drive and push and rush and struggle of the raging, tearing, booming 19th century. Mark Twain.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We head to the top of the 9th inning, and Atlanta set back to face Adrian Hauser again. Defensive substitution. Wendell will come in to play third base after the pinch hit for Beatty. The first pitch on the way to Harris is swung on, chopped over to second. Should be an easy play. It is. 4-3 put out, and Harris once again 0 for. So 0 for 4 on the night. Harris's batting average has dropped over 100 points over the last few weeks. He's now batting .248, and more importantly, at .653 OPS. Just does not make sense that they keep putting him that high up in the order. First pitch on the way to Darnode is Outside calls for a strike. Slider on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and away, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Yeah, I think the deal with Washington is slider misses outside, 2-1. He wanted another shot at managing, and nobody was giving him a chance. He'd been through a lot of interviews the last several years, and nobody was giving him a chance. The 2-1, right there for a strike sinker outside. It's 2-2. It's one of those things where he wanted to be his own boss again, and I get it. The 2-2 outside wide, 3-2. And if and when he does get canned, he'll have a nice little package put together, and he can go. I'm sure there'll still be a spot in the Braves organization waiting for him. The 3-2 pitch, down and away, ball 4. So Travis d'Arnaud finds his way aboard again. 1 on, 1 out here. Top of the 9th inning. One on, 1 out. Man, is it empty in that Mets Stadium right now. I don't know if anyone told the Mets faithful, but the game was not canceled. People can say what they want about Braves country, but there's no way they would be that empty on a Friday night, even with the rain delay. That's what happens when you build a battery. People stick around. So 1 on, 1 out. A little bit of a delay on the field. We're going to go ahead and hit the scoreboard while that's going on. These games are just underway. Oakland and Seattle are 0-0 heading to the 3rd. Other late games getting underway. San Francisco and Cincinnati are just about to begin. Dodgers 0, Padres 0 in the 3rd. Colorado and Texas 1-1 in the 7th. First pitch on the way to Arcia is down and away for a strike. Just grabbed the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty pitch on the way. Swung on, chopped foul down the third base line. 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Arcia. As long as he doesn't bang into a double play, Ronald Acuna Jr. will get another shot. Love to see Arcia get on any way he can. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is rifled foul deep back over the first base side. Almost hit the top facade just before you hit the upper deck. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way, down and away, 1-2. Washington took that job knowing that Ohtani wasn't coming back. So the only real talent that he has on that team, Mike Trout, goes out with an injury. He's going to be gone for several months. As the 1-2 misses down and away, 2-2. He also knows that Trout takes up so much of their salary, and they are in the process of figuring out what they're doing as an ownership group, that their hands are kind of tied. The 2-2 pitch swatted towards the right side, but foul over the first base dugout again. We'll do it again, 2-2. And they really haven't made a big commitment to off-season signings in the pitching department. The 2-2 swung on, chopped in front of the mound. The only play for Nito is to first, so it's going to be a 2-3 put out Darnode heads on down to second. 2 down. Darnode was sliding into second and then had to turn around to figure out what was going on. He thought the throw was coming to second, realized that they went straight to first. Him and Francisco Lindor getting a laugh out of that. That'll bring Acuna to the plate. Acuna takes the first pitch and slams it right back up the middle, but it's an atom ball to McNeil. That'll end the inning. Well, the Braves put one on, but can't get them across. We're heading to the ninth. It's eyeglasses time here in Braves country.
Hitting is not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity V in relation to the trajectory T, in which G, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Now, who are you again?
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
You're the guy who put us in that Ramada in Milwaukee.
Want to talk about hotels? You want to win some ball games?
Hey, we won the World Series.
In 6 games.
And there's quickly 2 away. Just 7 pitches into the inning. Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. Hit high and deep in center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone! The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas.
In 1882, owners of Midwestern clubs left out of the National League established a league of their own, the American Baseball Association. Its games cost just a quarter. Its teams played on Sundays, and its ballparks sold liquor. The new Beer and Whiskey League drew bigger, rowdier crowds. The stands filled with working men and immigrants, not the middle-class native-born fans who followed the National League. It was baseball's heyday. Competition flourished, play improved, attendance skyrocketed, and huge wood and iron grandstands were built in all the big cities. The 2 leagues staged an end-of-the-season championship for fans who could not get enough baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. And they're showing a highlight during the break of the home runs tonight. And one of the highlights I've missed the most is the forearm bump between Riley and Olsen at home plate. Seems like it's been a decade since we've seen that. As Olsen hit that 2-run shot to put the Braves up 4-1 after back-to-back home runs by Ozzie and Acuna. Raisel Iglesias comes to the plate. He takes first pitch to Nimmo. That ball's going to get high and deep into left field, coming down into the glove of Adam Duvall. And there's one away. 1 down. Starlin Marte comes up. Marte, righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, 4-seam fastball right there at the letters. For a strike, it's 0-1. Iglesias, eyeglasses as we love to call him. He'll throw a changeup, a 4-seam, a sinker, even mix in a slider. The 0-1 is down and away. Changeup misses 1-1. The 1-1, 96-mile-an-hour sinker, misses high and inside, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Got to get aggressive towards Marte. Swing and a miss, change up over the edge. 2-2. Pulled the string on that one. He's a dangerous right-handed bat, but you don't want to start putting ducks on the pond with Alonso do up. The 2-2, just down below the knees. Change up misses. Ball 3, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Iglesias lifts the glove, down below the knees, ball 4. So he gives a free pass to the number 2 hitter, and Lindor comes up. And now what you've done is you've put the tying run on deck in the form of Pete Alonso. Of course, Lindor hit that towering home run earlier. You just got to go right after him. Last thing you can do is go put him on as well. First pitch on the way is a changeup right there at the knees. Crossed up Darnold a little bit. He had to backhand it inside. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Comes set. Lets her go. Swing, and fouls that out of play. Changeup down and away. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. He's starting them off changeup. I wonder if he'll try to straighten them up with that four seam. Maybe try to get him chase one well out of the zone. The 0-2. Fastball misses high. 1-2. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 34-year-old from Cuba can still bring it. So the 1-2 from Eyeglasses. Comes set. Kicks and fires. Another four-seamer. Another one well out of the zone. Ball 2, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. The pitch on the way. Swung on and chopped foul. We'll do it again, 2-2. Iglesias now 12 pitches into the inning. Braves 4, Mets 1, bottom 9. 1 on, 1 out. The 2-2. Down and in, misses. Ball 3, 3-2. So he's nibbling again, and now he's threatening to put the tying run to the plate in the form of Alonso. The one thing he just did not want to do. Make them hit their way on. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted high and deep. Down the left field line, going back on the track. Making the catch at the 335 sign just to the left of the foul pole. It technically would have been a fair ball. He had to go back and reach his glove backwards. It would have hit fair. Big out number 2. So 2 down, and that'll bring Alonso to the plate. And now he does not represent the tying run. I feel like you can just be a little more free as the first pitch misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. You can be a little more aggressive going after Alonso now, knowing he does not represent the tying run. Just let her rip. Pitch on the way is a slider right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. Starlin Marte will take second base on defensive indifference. That will not be a stolen base. The 1-1 swung on, and that ball is pelted into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and the Mets have cut the lead to 4-2, and now the tying run will come to home plate in the form of J.D. Martinez. So 4-2 your score. There's a slider on the outer edge, and he just stuck the bat head out there and got it just past the outstretched glove of Arcia. He missed that by maybe 6 inches with the diving attempt. First pitch on the way to Martinez is swung on. That ball is gone. Is it fair? It is just foul. He absolutely smoked that pitch down the left field line. Holy cow. He was sitting dead red and turned on it. You know, Martinez not hit one yet this year. As the 0-1 to Martinez is a changeup Down and in for a ball, it's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Iglesias comes set. The pitch, nowhere near the zone. Changeup down and in, 2-1. Raziel Iglesias, by the way, is at 20 pitches now. So now he's in the territory of may not be able to pitch tomorrow as opposed to just going out there and getting them. The 2-1. Down and away again. Changeup misses again, 3-1. And if a pitch is just not hitting, sometimes you got to go to one of your others. So a 3-1 to JD. Runner on first, 2 outs. The pitch. Called for a strike, slider up high, 3-2. JD was marching down to first. He thought he had drawn a walk. It does look like it hit the top of the zone. The bottom of the ball hit the top of the zone. It was a good frame by d'Arnaud, but if you're a Mets fan, you can understand why they would be a little upset. So the runner will be on the go now. The full count from Eyeglasses. That ball is swung on, hit high and deep into left center field. Curling around and making the catch is Michael the Hawk Harris. And the Braves hold on. Heart-stopping fashion. Raziel Iglesias' 200th career save. And just as we know him to do, it's going to be an adventure. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men, beer for my horses. Atlanta goes now 6 games in front of the New York Mets. They will keep pace with the Phillies and remain 2 out and even in the loss column. We had a late start to this because of the 1-hour rain delay. So no post-game show tonight. We'll go ahead and give the game ball away right here and now. The game ball, I think you got to give it to Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton went out there and absolutely fired a gem tonight. You know, you're tempted to give it to Acuna or Olsen for his 2-run home run, and even Ozzie chipped in with his home run. But what Olsen did and went out there and just pitched an absolute gem. He is going to be 3-0 on the year now, and a 3.14 ERA. Charlie Morton went 7 strong, 1 run, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. He gave the solo shot up to Francisco Lindor, which was just a mistake pitch. Other than that, he pitched an absolute great game. Minter got the hold, his 5th of the year. Iglesias, his 200th save of his career, his 10th of the year, and your Atlanta Braves improve to 23-12, and the Mets are now below the 500 mark at 18-19. Same 2 teams are back at it tomorrow night. No, it's tomorrow afternoon. 4:10 first pitch. So it's an early one tomorrow. We'll get the game out of the way so you can enjoy your Saturday night. And it'll be Max Fried going up against Christian Scott Paper Company. If you know, you know. I'm excited about that one. Should be a hell of a pitching matchup. I've not seen this kid Scott pitch yet, but supposedly he's really good, and the Mets are very high on him. Regardless, we'll find out tomorrow what he can do against the Braves bats. Expect a pitcher's duel. Expect Max Fried to go out and pitch a great one. We'll talk more about it on the pregame show. We'll come on about 3:30. What was it? 4:10. So we'll come on at about 3:45 tomorrow, and we'll get you first pitch going and all the lineups and all that stuff. Please hit the like and subscribe button on your way out. Braves win a tight one, a pitcher's duel, but we'll take it 4-2 in Queens. We'll take a win in New York any way we can get it. Y'all have a great one, Braves country. By the way, they said that Andrew Jones was going to be at the Gwinnett Stripers this weekend. They were doing something for him. I only caught it in passing, but we're going to end tonight on the piece that we wrote on Andrew Jones during the offseason. It's called Where Singles Would Die. And it's about damn time that Major League Baseball Writers Association puts Andrew Jones in the Hall of Fame. It's ridiculous. We'll see you tomorrow.
To left center. Can Andrew catch up with it? A diving catch ends the game!
Hit to deep right center field. Andrew Jones. Oh, good night. That's why that man's a Gold Glover. I mean, that saved 3 runs.
Where Singles Would Go to Die by D.M. McGee, 2024. He'd lean forth an inch, closer and closer. We all came to see 25. Our pitchers were fearless, on the hill with no worries, backed by the greatest center fielder alive. Into the gap? Ha, that's a laugh. Jones was faster than light. Andrew would dart more like an art, the crowd oohing and awing with sighs. Bombs from the plate, speed on the base, a swing and a smile and big fly. But we came to gaze, and were always amazed, where singles would go to die. Where Singles Would Go to Die by D.M. McGee, 2024.
Eat your heart out, Willie Mays.
Exactly. That's a tougher play than Willie Mays made.
Darn tootin'.
Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today.